The Senate will come to order. Senator Dzik,
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
the Senate is now under call. Senator Dizik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will you be so kind as to stand? Today's chaplain is Father Daniel Haugen. He's from Lumen Christi Catholic Community in St. Paul. And following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
God of mercies, we thank you for giving us another day. You have kept your covenant with every generation in a world shadowed by many infidelities and many inconsistencies of our frail humanity. Grant us faith in your enduring love and patience with us. For your greatness, goodness, glory, not even the heavens can contain them. Confirm the members of this Senate of the people of Minnesota that in your power they may accomplish the tasks you have set before them today. May they each be led by your Spirit in every legislative decision they make, for you are the ultimate lawgiver and judge. As they seek your guidance, give them wisdom, courage, integrity, faith, and unity, all these necessary to find solutions to multiple and complex destiny-determining issues facing your people today, including the ever-looming threat of division among us. Since you have called each of these members to serve this great state, grant them the gifts they need to discern your holy will and accomplish deeds of integrity today, that Minnesota will be made strong and help carry out our nation's creedal principles of life, liberty, and justice for all. May all of this be done in this Senate today for your greater honor and glory, God. And the Senate says, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, members. The Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swedzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Mayquaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umuverbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote pursuant to Rule 40.7. Pa and Westenberg. Members, a quorum is present. Members, if you'd like to follow along, please go to the Senate agenda that is dated today, Monday, May 8th, 2023. We will begin with the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communications was received. Please make note of no action is required. Members, proceeding to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Dizik for a motion to adopt committee reports.
Mr. President, I move the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we'll now go to the sixth order of business, second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file number 3308.
The Senate file has been given its second reading. Proceeding to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file numbers.
House file numbers 782, 3100, and 1234.
The House files have been given their second reading. Members, proceeding to the eighth order of business, introduction of first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Proceeding to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one. All in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senate Resolution number 51 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Senator McEwen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the appointments withdrawn from the Committee on Labor and placed on the confirmation calendar under Senate Rule 8.2, reported in the Journal for May 8, 2023, be returned to the committee from which they were withdrawn.
Senator McEwen moved that the appointments withdrawn from the Committee on Labor and placed on the confirmation calendar under Senate Rule 8.2, reported in the Journal for May 8, 2023, be returned to the committee from which they were withdrawn. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions, Senator Disick to designate special orders.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. And members, the list is on your desk.
Members, as Senator Disick mentioned, you have a list of special orders on your desk that's dated for today. We will begin with General Orders number 148, which is House File 2 by Senator Mann. It is for paid family, pregnancy, bonding, and applicant serious medical condition benefits establishment and appropriation. To that point, Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am thrilled to be here presenting this bill that will establish Minnesota's paid family and medical leave program. This program provides Minnesotans with paid time off to take care of themselves or their loved ones should they become seriously ill, or to welcome a new baby or child into their home. This will be paid for by a payroll premium that for the average Minnesotan will be the equivalent of 1 cup of coffee per week. Out of almost 200 countries, the United States is the only industrialized nation without such a program in place. In response, 11 states and the District of Columbia have already implemented programs like this so that we have the privilege of learning from them about what works and what doesn't. And why do we want a paid leave program? Well, all we had to do was listen to the very large amount or numbers of people that came into our committees and told us their stories, having to choose between feeding their children and being with a family member in their last days of life, having to choose between their paychecks and getting their medical care. Well, Mr. President, what we know is that we don't have to make people choose. For example, we know that because we have years of data to back this up, when it comes to paid leave, the benefits are incredible. We see decreased maternal morbidity and mortality at a time when America's rates of maternal morbidity and mortality are at an unacceptable high when compared to the rest of the world. We see increased rates and duration of breastfeeding, which we know are good for moms and babies. We see an increase in parental mental well-being. We see better health outcomes for children with decreased rates of ear infections, gastrointestinal infections, pneumonia, decreased number of clinic visits, and decreased rates of hospitalizations for these babies. We see increased financial stability for families after a life-changing event, which leads to more people returning to the workforce instead of leaving it altogether. This program leads to increased employee retention and has bolstered the workforce in the states that have implemented that. You will also hear today about how it will impact not only our child care shortage crisis, but our long-term care shortage crisis. And when families are financially more stable, we see a decrease in reliance on government services. Data shows that 21% of people who take unpaid leave have to turn to the government for assistance. Paid family leave is a gender justice issue. We know that when everyone has access to leave, gender discrimination in the workplace decreases. It is a racial justice issue because too often our communities of color are left out of such programs, and our communities of people living with disabilities. And our bill is written in such a way that no one is left out. And we should also note that among the lowest wage earners, who are predominantly women and people of color, currently only 6% of them have access to paid leave. So 94% of our low-wage workers do not have access to paid leave, so their caregiving demands result in lower earnings and less wealth building. And so obviously paid family and medical leave is an economic issue for all the reasons I have mentioned, but also because small businesses are now given the opportunity to compete with larger businesses for talent, because they can now offer a program that we know increases workforce participation. Paid leave is linked to increased business productivity, higher employee morale, better recoupment and retention of skilled workers, and the reduction of costs related to employee turnover. So this final product, Mr. President, in front of us today has come to be after countless conversations with business owners, large, medium, and small, businesses in the metro area, greater Minnesota, and everywhere in between, the hospitality industry, educators, cities and counties, resorts, seasonal industries, agriculture, healthcare, and of course, the families and the everyday Minnesotans, which to me are the most important people because they show up here to tell us their stories and they don't come with lobbyists. So today you will hear many things about this bill. You will hear that it is unworkable, it is unmanageable, it is unimplementable, and that it is an outlier when it comes to other states, that it is a one-size-fits-all mandate. All the very disingenuous talking points from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce and the NFIB. But I will remind you that 12 other states have done this successfully, along with the rest of the world, and those states have done it well. This program is proven to be successful, durable, sustainable, and popular. You will hear that this program will hurt Minnesotans, and so we should keep the status quo, where only 24% of people have access to leave, with the vast majority of those people being the highest wage earners in this state. You will hear essentially that other people are not worthy of taking care of their baby or taking time off for themselves. You will also hear today that the bill is not ready. You will hear that Minnesota will shut down and businesses will shutter their doors if we pass this bill. These things are being said without any evidence, zero, because other states that have implemented this same program are still thriving. No one has shut down. Businesses are doing well, and again, surveying these businesses, 80 to 90% of them say that the program has been beneficial for them. In fact, this program is so popular and so good for the economy in other states that they're increasing the amount of time off they provide and the wages paid back to the employees. This program is going to even the playing field. It will keep people out of poverty, and most importantly, this program is built on a foundation that we are all worthy, that all of our experiences and life trajectories are equally important. This program makes economic sense for every Minnesotan, and I encourage you to support it today. With that, Mr. President, I do have an amendment.
Senator Mann, the amendment that you're offering?
The A1.
Senator Mann offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Mann moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 8, delete subdivision 7 and insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Mann to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mann.
So this is what we call the business amendment. It's going to make it easier to opt out of the program and to run a program concurrent to programs that businesses already have. So we changed several definitions to do that, including benefit year and covered employer. It will make it clear that an employer can offer benefits above and beyond what the state provides. It makes the communication requirements between employer and employee stronger so that businesses can plan better in the event of an absence. It caps the intermittent leave at 12 weeks per year, so again, to make it easier for businesses to plan. It makes it very crystal clear that the premium is split 50-50 between employer and employee. And lastly, we have an appropriation of $20 million and a working group to make sure that the state and that this fund will cover the premium of all direct care workers in the state whose wages are set by the state.
Any other discussions on the A1 amendment? Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for a question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm waiting on a copy of the amendment, so just a clarification question. With this amendment, say an employer is offering 8 weeks of maternity leave at 100%, would this then allow them to keep that plan?
Senator Mann to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, so this makes it so that this doesn't change what the employers have to offer in a private plan. They have to offer what the state is offering, and they can go, again, above and beyond that, but they cannot go below what the state is offering.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann, for the clarification. Would Senator Mann yield for another question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So then my question then is, if an employer has an employee who wants 8 weeks at 100% pay, and that is their current plan, they can no longer keep this plan.
Senator Mann to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Coleman. They absolutely can. So they can take off as much time as they want. So if they want to take off 8 weeks, they absolutely can. And then the employer has the option to top off their wage replacement, so they can get 100% wage replacement at 8 weeks.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Mann would be willing to yield, I just have one more clarification.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So could Senator Mann just walk us through one more time the benefits that businesses are getting through this amendment? I didn't quite catch all of that at the beginning.
Senator Mann to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, we are changing several definitions because what we heard from businesses is that because there was such a difference in definition of, say, benefit year and covered employment, it would make it difficult for them to opt out. So we made those definitions as broad as possible so that it would fit with what their current plans are doing.
Senator Coleman. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just noticing in the amendment, which I wish someone would have shared with me ahead of time, I could have been more bright about what this is doing, but Section 37 creates a direct care provider account for $20 million of one-time money. Would Senator Mann yield for a question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you. And we discussed this in the Human Services Committee, and maybe it might need more discussion about how this impacts the industry. Actually, I've got a series of questions, so Senator Mann would yield. So, Senator Mann, what's a direct care worker?
Senator Mann to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in this particular amendment, it's anyone who has a wage that is given or set by the state.
Senator Abler.
Okay. So, Mr. President, in that case, that would be the PCAs that are in the SEIU union. That's the only ones that have a wage set by the state. And there's PCAs that work independently of that, and there's people in nursing homes that don't have wages that are set by the state. Would Senator Mann yield for another question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Well, Senator Mann, is that what you meant, that this one subset of individuals would get that have access to that fund?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is part of it. So it's also people who have their reimbursement set by the state, so the pool is a little bit bigger than just that.
Senator Abler.
Well, that's a different answer than what you said before. I wish we could have had this conversation offline. So in the groups of people that are given their money by the state, that would be nursing homes, and at the elderly waiver component of assisted livings, Senator Mann, would those people be included?
Senator Mann to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Senator Abler.
Well, and Senator Mann, if she'd yield again,
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Some assisted livings have hardly anybody on elderly waiver. One in my district in particular, which continues to frustrate me, which is a whole different discussion. So if you have 2 people in an assisted living out of 100 beds, how would the individuals in that building be treated under this fund? Would all the employees get a share, or only those attributable to those 2 beds?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So all employees who have their reimbursement rate set by the state would benefit from this particular program.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, that was just a repeat of an earlier answer. Mr. President, this bill is a big deal. And I have been talking to many members about this bill since it first came in about how to make it work. We had a hearing in our committee, Senator Hoffman chairs, on this topic. And so it's a big deal to how it affects these workers. There are a couple 100,000 individuals in this arena who are working, including nursing homes. I don't know the exact count, but there's a lot. And so in nursing homes, in group homes, in assisted livings, in day service programs, in all kinds of treatment facilities at the state, hundreds of thousands of workers. And so I'm just trying to decide how many people are covered by this pot. And so Senator Mann, if she would, I'm just a little frustrated, and I have a lot of regard for my colleague, but I don't think it's fair to get the same answer that I got to a question 2 questions ago to a really important, sincere question. Let me try again in a different way, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for a question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
So thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, how many direct care workers are there in the state of Minnesota?
Senator Mann to the A1.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I don't have that number in front of me, Senator Abler, but we did go through significant discussions with DHS to find that out. And so we have the amount of money that it would take, which is about $20 million a year, but I don't have that specific number, but I can get that for you.
Senator Abler.
So just to cut to the chase, so Senator Mann, if she would yield again.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
You know, Mr. President, in the other body, you actually have to look at each other. It helps the dialogue. But I'm happy to look at you and have this.
Senator Abler, I hope you conclude that I'm better looking than the person in the other body. Continue to look. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I am fans of both of you. And in terms of representing the legislature, I kind of imagine 2 finer individuals. Anyway, so I'm still confused about the definition of direct care worker, which is not defined in the bill, I don't think. Direct care provider. I'll ask that question. Senator Mann, is the term direct care provider identified in the bill as a definition?
Senator Mann.
Mr. President, I didn't hear the question.
Senator Abler, will you repeat the question?
Thank you. I was asking about what a direct care provider is, and the first answer was it's somebody who has a wage defined by the state. And then we realized upon further review that it's anybody who has a amount of money going, where the money comes from the state, it seems like. And that would not limit itself to the human services arena. And so I'm just curious, Senator Mann, is there a definition of direct care provider in the bill so when people wonder what it is that this is about, they'll know who to include?
Senator Mann, to
Thank
the
you,
question.
Mr. President. The definition is not in the bill, but that's the purpose of the working group, Senator Abler, so that we make sure that we are capturing everyone who needs to be captured. And that was the issue with the language that was originally that we talked about in human services, is that it didn't capture everyone. And so we want to make sure that we're doing this right.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Just Senator Mann, sometimes making it right is like having definitions on the floor so we know what we're voting for. I've been trying to find a way to support this bill. I've talked to you and others at length about ways that I could be something that I could indeed support, and I appreciate the effort that this shows. So, Senator Mann, would she yield again for a question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
And just so you know, Mr. President, this whole dialogue could have been truncated had anybody brought this amendment to me and explained it to me ahead of time. You know, we can do little amendments that are surprises on the floor, but it's not productive to good business. That's my opinion. But so, Senator Mann, you have put $20 million into a fund. It appears to be one time. Senator Mann, is that correct? This is one-time money?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler, I completely agree with you. Legislating on the fly, I find completely irresponsible. So the fact that we have 15 amendments coming later that I have not seen goes to your point, right? We shouldn't be doing it like this. So I completely agree with you. To your question, right now it is a one-time fund because we took that out of our appropriation and set it aside to make sure that it's there for us when we start the program. But the goal going forward, again, and that's the purpose of the working group, is to make sure that we cover this premium for those people going forward.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I didn't wake up. I slept pretty well, Mr. President. I'm in a pretty good mood today. I had got to rake my yard, so it was kind of a thoughtful weekend. And Senator Mann, just since you raised the point, There's one thing about amendment coming from the minority where you know what's coming, and it's something else when the author brings an amendment to a bill that has been worked on through however many committees over a long period of time on topics that people know is important to both of us. And frankly, I just wish we could do better. So Senator Mann, I have a comment, and then I'm going to ask you a question. So $20 million, let's say that covers the people. I don't know if it does. Senator Mann, I do have a question. Senator Mann, is there a fiscal, would she yield again, Mr. President?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, is there some kind of a fiscal note or a fiscal memo or a fiscal back of the envelope thing that you can show me that indicates that this $20 million actually does the job?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the other point, I don't think it matters where the amendments come from. If we want to have thoughtful discussions, these amendments should be posted well in advance. So again, I completely agree with you, and I don't think it matters if it comes from the majority or the minority. To your question, we have been in conversation with DHS about what it would cost to cover everyone we think needs to be covered, and so that's where the $20 million comes from, and we can certainly share that with you.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate that. And so, Senator Mann, what you have outlined in your wishes, what could be done is how I do my work here. And I think others could follow that way, just even on our side. But collaboration, often as people will accept an amendment if they actually get to know about it, when they may not as well, you know. So I'm not here to discuss all that stuff. So, Senator Mann, would you yield again for a question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Senator Mann. Does this working group have the authority of the purse?
Senator Mann.
Mr. President, I didn't hear the last part of the question. The authority of the what?
Senator Abler, will you repeat the question?
Yeah, I asked, does this working group have the authority of the purse? Are they able to so having decided that 20 million is the right number and we need this on an ongoing basis, can this working group then appropriate money for 2025 and in the details to make sure that this worthy purpose is taken care of?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Mr. President. No, they don't have that power.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I'm troubled by this, Mr. President. This is one-time money going into a group that may be defined. I believe it's the human service workers who work under waiver programs and other appropriated programs that we have put forward to help people with serious with disabilities and seniors. It really could use a definition. It is one time. And Mr. President, I don't know if you recall, I mentioned on the floor concerned about one-time funding supporting ongoing spending in the health bill in particular. But Mr. President, in the two main bills under consideration, there's over $600 million that's being spent in 2027 to support programs, including ongoing potential funding for this. Mr. President, that's like a $1.3 billion negative impact in 2028 and 29, which I can't seem to get anybody in the administration to think is a big deal. And so I am very concerned that when this working group comes back with their budget request to fund this group, that they're actually going to have to be reducing spending. Mr. President, I talked to you about even your bill may be at risk with some of that ongoing spending. And so this doesn't fix it, Mr. President. This doesn't solve the problem. This puts, when you're in a nursing home where they're closing already, in the group homes where they've suffered the ravages of COVID, and they're going to try to stand up this program, which they would love to stand up, Mr. President, that what's going to happen is actually they're going to have a few people with some benefits, but the ability to hire less people because there's not money to pay for this. And I don't know, maybe it's the right number. I've not seen the memo. But Mr. President, this doesn't fix it. And we are setting up the whole long-term care industry for a deficit and more pain. And this means more nursing homes might close, more day programs may be unable to take people. And that's really not a good idea. And I wish it could have been better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members on the A1 amendment. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I appreciate, I think, some aspects of the amendment. Obviously, paid paid family and paid medical leave is a worthwhile cause and endeavor. We may have some different agreements about how we think that should be implemented here in the state of Minnesota. And so I'm going to ask a couple of questions related to that if Senator Mann would yield for a question.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. I'm just curious, how did the language in the amendment regarding the stakeholder group come about?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. It came about after conversations with several members of this chamber, as well as the different commissioners.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. Senator Mann, are there any other stakeholder groups specifically in the bill?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. No.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. Will she yield for one more question?
She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. So I understand that this specific stakeholder group potentially has $20 million set aside for which they could potentially meet their concerns. Are there any other groups, or is there anywhere else in this bill where funding is set aside to potentially address the future needs or concerns of stakeholder groups?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think there's just perhaps a miscommunication of what this stakeholder group is. It's not a group of people asking for money, right? It's a group of people that we're putting together so that we can make sure that we are funding the premiums of direct care workers in the state of Minnesota. And we needed a stakeholder group because we're dealing with wages and DHS is dealing with reimbursements. And so it's more complicated. But the answer is no.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. I appreciate your honest and candid assessment. And I think, honestly, when I've heard from several other stakeholders or groups that this bill would impact, they've shared a very similar sentiment. This is a little cumbersome. There is confusion. They want to know how it's going to impact their businesses, their employees, their school districts, their counties, everything few and far between. And listening to those stakeholders in particular is extremely beneficial when we're crafting legislation. So if we're offering an amendment that's going to try to solve future problems potentially, and we're setting money aside because we don't know quite how it's going to shake out or be applied to certain workers or groups, then I think that's a sign to us that this bill might not be ready to be passed today and eventually become law. What that might be a sign of, Mr. President, is that the bill needs more work. It needs more input from stakeholders, from small business owners, from school districts, et cetera. And rather than simply trying to rush the bill through with an amendment or two that's going to set aside a working group and give it some money to potentially solve some problems regarding the bill in the future if they come up, really doesn't sound like sound or responsible governing to me. So we have the opportunity here to potentially talk about pushing the pause button, doing some more work on this bill, having it revisit a few more committees, taking into account more stakeholder feedback, and crafting a piece of legislation that can truly have bipartisan support and benefit the people and employees of Minnesota more holistically and in a way that's not going to be detrimental to them in the long run. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A1. Senator Oskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for a question?
She will yield. Senator Oskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. I want to get an understanding of the context of this amendment. So I've read the amendment. I'm trying, as Senator Abler was, to figure out what it says and what it means and how it fits in the bill. What I see this attempts to do is to have state government money pay for 50% of the total premium for direct care workers, is what I am reading in the amendment. I guess I would wonder if that is the correct interpretation of what I see in the amendment, Senator Mann. And then secondly, how much this unfunded mandate generally in the bill is costing direct care workers and their employers throughout the state.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first of all, this is not an unfunded mandate. It is an insurance premium program where everyone pays in. Second of all, it will pay the employer, the direct care worker account will pay the employer portion of the premium at 100%. 50% of the annual premium means it gets split between the employee and the employer. And the only state money that we're going to have is the initial $668 million, and after that, the program is 100% self-funded.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann continue to yield?
She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Mann, I'm reading in the amendment that under direct care provider account, and I did hear you say $668 million is set aside by state government to begin to fund the beginning of this unfunded mandate to workers and their employers throughout the state. But lines 3.6 through 3.12 of the amendment say not to exceed 50% of the annual premium. So help me understand what that says. If the total premium for a direct care business is $10, or maybe we say $10,000, how much of that premium will be paid by this bill if this amendment's adopted and the bill passes into law?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the premium for a direct care worker would be more along the lines of $4, and the paid family leave fund would pay the entire $4.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Mann, I'm reading, it says exceeds 50%. Money in the account is appropriated to the commissioner for that portion of a direct care worker's premium not to exceed 50% of the annual premium. If she would continue to yield, Mr. President, maybe I'd like her to comment on that.
She will yield. Senator Drazkowski. Oh, Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the premium is split 50-50 between the employee and the employer. So this is saying that the PFML fund will pay for the employee portion of the premium.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so thank you, Senator Mann. Well, so it pays for 50% of the premium, and that's what the amendment says. And so Senator Mann is saying it's going to pay for the employee's half of the premium. Well, the employer's half, so the total premium is twice that. I think we need to remind members that, and apparently that's why the amendment says 50% of the annual premium, and so it isn't going to pay for the full premium. I'm wondering, I have the same fiscal concerns questions, Mr. President, that Senator Abler had, and he spouted out a number of $1.3 billion. I didn't catch the first part of what that was, but Senator Mann, if she would continue to yield, Mr. President, is $1.3 billion the amount of the total unfunded mandate that this new tax in this tax bill places upon the employers and the employees of the direct care industry in Minnesota?
She will yield. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, that is incorrect.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield again, Mr. President?
She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Mann, what is the total amount? If you know that that's not correct, what is the total amount for the direct care industry unfunded mandate in this tax bill?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we can continue calling it an unfunded mandate, but it's not. It is an insurance premium program, first of all, and second of all, it's $20 million that the PFML fund will cover.
Senator Drazkowski.
Well, Mr. President, thank you, Senator Mann, but Senator Mann, you didn't answer my question. So there seems to be this arbitrary number of $20 million that this amendment provides, which appears to be, according to Senator Abler's context, that he was able to provide a small token which I don't know where that number came from. We don't see or hear, Mr. President, from the author any justification, any context, any idea of where that number came from, nor how it fits in this full unfunded mandate that this huge tax increase bill commits to the direct care industry in Minnesota, which is obviously going to cripple the direct care industry, especially if they're only taking $20 million of taxpayer money to pay down what appears to be, or what I thought I heard, a $1.3 billion unfunded mandate. It seems to be a little handful of chicken feed to a flock that extends over the whole state, Mr. President. And I don't know that this is really helping anything. It begins to fund an unfunded mandate, but it doesn't come anywhere close to actually addressing it. And then I would wonder, Mr. President, I had another series of questions around the stakeholder group. Would Senator Mann yield again?
She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senator Mann, on lines 3.20 through 3.23 in the bill, it says that the stakeholder group, which apparently is going to somehow, from what I heard from you and others so far in the conversation, in the debate, is somehow going to assess the conditions, the size, and the of the direct care industry in Minnesota, and ostensibly, I would think, the size of this unfunded mandate on that industry. Now, Mr. President and Senator Mann, the question is lines 3.20 through 3.23. We tell this commission to come back on January 1st of 2025 with potentially a piece of legislation. Now, I am expecting or thinking from reading the language here and understanding the full uncertainty of what we have in front of us, Senator Mann, that we don't know what those conditions are. This stakeholder group is somehow going to give some sort of understanding to that and then offer legislation that may require them, very likely it sounds like, to come up with more money to pay for the rest of the unfunded mandate that's in what will then be the adopted law. So, Senator Mann, what happens if they come out with an unfunded mandate and the money required is much greater than is available, much greater than the amount of the people's money that is here as a surplus at that point? Or better yet, what happens if we're in a deficit after this spending spree creates it that we're coming out of here with the Democrats' huge $19 billion of spending of overcollection of people's money?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the stakeholder group will not come out with a recommendation for an unfunded mandate because this is not an unfunded mandate, so they can't make something up that doesn't exist. First. Second of all, the money will come from the paid family leave program, so it won't come out of the general fund. And lastly, the stakeholder group we already know we have the conditions already. What we're trying to figure out is how to best get those premiums paid for. Will it be through a grant or will it be through a direct reimbursement? And that's what the stakeholder group is trying to figure out so that, again, we're not leaving these people behind.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. So that's helpful to know. So they're going to spend apparently a portion of the remaining $648,321,000 that is the people's money that is placed in the original account, from which this amendment takes $20 million. That's what I understand. That's what I heard Senator Mann say. Between that and the additional tax collections that are going to be placed upon the employees and the employers throughout this state. One more question for the author, if she would yield, Mr. President.
She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann, for yielding. Senator Mann, when does this bill start collecting these huge taxes from the employees and the employers throughout the state of Minnesota. I'm curious how that lines up with the January 1st, 2025 time.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we will start collecting a 0.35% insurance premium from employees and employers at the same time that the program starts. Other states have had to start collecting this premium well in advance, up to 2 years in advance, to fill the bucket, if you will, to be able to pay the benefit. But we have the luxury of having a surplus, and so we've taken some of that money so that we can start benefits and collecting the premiums on the same day.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. So as soon as the program starts, and I got to review the bill in order to determine that, and we'll do that as we get through the rest of the debate here, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. Apparently, we have before us an amendment that attempts to cover just a very small smidgen of a huge unfunded mandate upon the direct care industry in the state of Minnesota. We don't even know, Mr. President, how large that industry is. We don't know which groups of employers and employees that includes. We don't have any idea, is what I'm being told through this discussion. The author doesn't know what it's going to cost the direct care industry, and so as we pass this amendment and eventually this bill, and certainly the governor is poised to sign this bill into law, members, we are going to see a bill signed into law that we don't even know the size of the direct care industry and this portion of it. I wonder if we know or have a clue about the rest of the state of Minnesota, the schools, the employers, the local units of government, and others throughout our state. And I know that there has been a local impact note requested on this. Look forward for more of that discussion in the debate. My suspicion is, Mr. President, that local impact note has not come back, so we don't know how much it's going to cost schools or counties or cities or townships or any of our other local units of government, not to mention all the thousands and thousands and thousands of employers in our state. I hope Minnesota sees the mess that is headed their way and apparently going to be signed into law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion specific to the A1 amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for a few questions?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, I want to follow up on where Senator Abler was asking. I'm a little bit confused, and maybe you can clarify. What is the definition of a direct care worker, and where would I find that, either in existing statute or in this bill?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mann.
The definition is not in the bill because we're trying to make sure we're capturing the right people, and that is the purpose of the stakeholder group.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Mann, you had told Senator Abler that a direct care worker was someone whose salary was set by the state. Is that still the correct definition we're using, or is it, have we changed that a little bit? I'm just confused with the conversation that happened earlier.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Right now, it is a worker whose reimbursement rates are set by the state.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, I understand that it's a worker reimbursement program. That's not my question. My question is, at least for this part of the amendment, and who would be able to be reimbursed out of the direct care provider account, what is the definition that we're using to define a direct care worker?
Will Senator Mann yield? She will yield. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So right now, direct care worker is not set in statute. And again, that is the purpose of the stakeholder group.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, I'm looking at the stakeholder group. Would you yield for, I'm sorry, would Senator Mann yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking at the stakeholder group, Senator Mann, on lines 314 through 319. The Commissioner of Deed must convene a group of stakeholders, including representatives of direct care workers, employers of direct care workers, and other interested parties. Senator Mann, my question is, if we don't have a definition, if the stakeholder group is supposed to define who a direct care worker is, how are we going to define who a direct care worker is in order to participate on the stakeholder group? How are we going to identify the employers of those workers if we don't have a definition? And who are other interested parties?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, again, direct care workers are the workers who have their reimbursement rates set by the state. There is not a definition for this in statute as of now, and so we are holding a stakeholder group to make sure that we are not leaving anybody behind who has their reimbursement rates set by the state. Because we, as a body, have chosen to work on this issue and reimburse their premium rates.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Mann, thank you for that definition. That's different than what you just gave me a second ago when you told me that the stakeholder group was going to define who a direct care worker is. You didn't identify who the other interested parties would be. I'm wondering if you could clarify who might that be.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that can be anyone involved in direct care, anyone in nursing homes, whoever the commissioners think will be interested or available to participate in the stakeholder group.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, who's going to make the appointments to the stakeholder group? I don't see it in that paragraph.
Senator Mann.
I didn't hear you, Senator.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, who would make the appointments to the stakeholder group? I don't see that in the paragraph.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it will be the Commissioner of Human Services in collaboration with the Commissioner of Employment and Economic Development.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mann yield for one more question?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Mann, this is going to be a two-part question, I guess. One, so we're expecting the Commissioner of Deed to decide who sits on this stakeholder group. Deed is supposed to convene the stakeholder group, but is the Commissioner of Human Services that must provide the report back to the stakeholder group, yet there's no mention of the participation of the Commissioner of Human Services on the commission. Who's running the group? Is it Deed or is it Human Services? Why do we have such an inconsistency?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is not an inconsistency. It says right there on lines 3.14 that the Commissioner of Human Services, in collaboration with Deed, with the Commissioner of Deed, will convene a group of stakeholders.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. You're right. I was mistaken. Well, Mr. President, this is a reckless amendment. This is rushed. We were in finance, and the Human Services Committee put an amendment on this bill that required the premiums for both the employer and the employee to be paid by the state because our reimbursement rates are so horrible. Now, I'm an unpaid director on the board of a local long-term care and rehabilitation center. And Mr. President, I can tell you we are struggling every day to try to find benefits that meet the needs of our employers and our employees to attract and retain them. As Senator Drazkowski tried to go down, we don't know what the covered wages for this group is. We barely have a definition of who they are. It's certainly not in statute. It's certainly not in this amendment. We don't know who's going to decide who qualifies under this. And that goes to the reckless nature of how this amendment was put together. And then we're saying that the Commissioner of Human Services has to report back to the legislature on draft legislation on how to fix this. This amendment was taken out of finance without consultation of the Human Services Chair or ranking member. It was just deleted. Now we're taking $20 million. We don't know if that's enough. We don't know if that's too much. We don't know the covered wages of the people that we're trying to cover because we don't have a definition other than their reimbursement rate is set by the state. Now, in addition to that, we are only covering, according to the direct care provider account, only covering the employee expense, but asking the employer, who we're already underfunding for all of the services they're currently providing, that they still have to cover their portion of the expense. And while I appreciate that Senator Mann is trying to make up for a mistake she made in finance, this is a very rushed and not well thought out approach. From a financial standpoint, this is horrible. From providing any clarity to the direct care community, it falls way short. Members, while there are some good things in this amendment, this is a part that I can't get over, and I'm going to encourage members to vote no.
Further discussion specific to the A1 amendment. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a lot of what I was going to cover has been said, so I'll try not to repeat a whole lot. But when this topic first came up in Human Services, it was brought up and amended onto the bill because it just pointed out the drastic cost, first of all, of what this overall bill will bring to our employers. But in this case, it highlighted that additional cost to our long-term care providers, disability providers, PCAs, et cetera, and showed that an industry that's already struggling, and we've had those conversations many times over the last couple, 3 years, that they were going to go further backwards unless there was some money put forward. So there was an amendment that was added to try and help them out. Well, that has come off. And then now what I see here today, what's before us, is going to pay partially what the employee would have to contribute. And partially because when you take the $20 million and divide it out over all of the employees that would fall under that category, it does not cover their whole 0.35%. No matter how you figure it, it's going to underfund that. But at the same time, there is nothing going to the employer, and they're already struggling. The reasons our nursing homes are closing or struggling so bad is not because there's not people looking for their services. It's because they can't afford to hire the help that they need to let those people come in. So if Senator Mann would yield for a question.
Senator Mann will yield. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, isn't it true as we go through everything that's before us in the A1 amendment that there is still additional costs being put on our providers without any additional reimbursement?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first and foremost, I did speak to the chair of the Human Services Committee on multiple occasions to come up with this language. And the reason we took out the language that was there in the first place, Senator Utke, was because that language was unworkable. It did not make sense. It did not cover direct care workers. And so we took it out and replaced it with this so that we can get it right. We want to make sure that the employees of the state whose reimbursement rates are set by the state, that we're covering their premium. That is the goal of the amendment.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I heard things about workers. Would Senator Mann yield for one additional question?
She will yield.
I would just, Senator Mann, what I'm looking for is clarification. Won't this A1 amendment still provide or still add additional cost to our employers?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A1 amendment won't change the fact that we are charging a 0.35% premium on all employers in the state.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion specific to the A1. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And actually, I want to thank Senator Mann for moving the ball a little in the right direction. I think this is an example of what could have been happening along the way, and I want to encourage members, it's better than what's in the bill, so I would encourage members to vote yes as hopefully the bill can improve on the floor today. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A1. Roll call was granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A1 amendment. Senator Morrison for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Mr. President, Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Mr. President,
Senator Jasinski.
I apologize. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 51 aye votes, 14 nay votes, the motion prevails and the A1 is adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, a couple of weeks ago we had some discussion on the floor when we had the Education Finance Omnibus Bill here, and we had discussions around unfunded mandates that were coming down the line for our schools that were not included in that bill. Well, Mr. President, we have in front of us one of those unfunded mandates. And I know I've heard that repeatedly that this is not an unfunded mandate, but all during the course of the year, our school boards, our superintendents have referred to it exactly as that. It's something they're going to be required to do, and they're not receiving dedicated funding to make it happen. And, you know, this is an issue that, Mr. President, our school boards and our superintendents, if it is not their number one concern, it's definitely in their top three. But yet, such an important issue for our schools, and our schools really look to our education finance and our education policy committees to see what is coming forward that they need to pay attention to, and that's where they're going to go to give their testimony. And yet we did not hear this bill in either of those committees, Mr. President. And you know, I maybe feel a little left out, Mr. President. I found out I was one of 4 senators who did not have the legalizing of marijuana come to one of my committees. And I think the group is a little bit bigger than that on this bill, but I'm also one of the members who hasn't had this bill come forward to one of my committees. But I do believe that the education committees absolutely should be hearing this because of the impacts on our schools. So, Mr. President, I would move that House File 2 be re-referred to the Senate Education Finance Committee.
Senator Rarick moves that House File 2 be re-referred to the Committee on Education Finance. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. President?
Senator Dietzick.
Okay.
Mr. President, I ask for a roll call vote.
Further discussion on the motion. Roll call requested and granted. No further discussion. The Secretary will take the roll on the motion of Rarick. Senator Morrison for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 no votes, the motion is not adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I'd like to share many of the similar sentiments that were just shared by Senator Rarick. But before I do that, I do want to thank Senator Mann for attempting to make some changes to the bill with the last amendment. I think obviously understanding the impact that a bill like this is going to have when it comes to the finances of many of our nursing homes across the state is pretty substantial. And so setting aside $20 million and creating a working group to exactly examine how that might negatively impact them and why that might be a financial burden is important, which is why I think Senator Rarick just offered to have this re-referred to the Education Committee. You know, if we're having to create a stakeholder group and set aside $20 million specific for our nursing homes because we think they're going to be so massively negatively financially impacted by this bill, well, that begs the question, what other groups, what other businesses, what other areas are going to be impacted by this bill in a similar effect? And should we be giving them the same kind of consideration, whether it be our school districts, whether it be our county governments, our city governments, whether it be the myriad of small businesses that are going to have to try to find a way to somehow make these numbers work, which, oh, by the way, they didn't plan for in their business plan when they decided to start this business or when they budgeted last year. That's something that needs very serious consideration, and that's not the sort of analysis or questions that we should be answering here on the floor of the Senate today. This bill should be coming to us prepared and ready to go. We should be putting good quality policy before political opportunism. There's plenty of time to still make this bill right, Mr. President, which is why I make a motion to re-refer it to the Senate Higher Education and Finance Policy.
Senator Duckworth moves that Senate File 2 be re-referred to the Senate Higher Education, Finance, and Policy Committee. Discussion on the motion, Senator Dietzick.
Mr. President, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion on the motion, Senator Duckworth.
If I may, just briefly, Mr. President, obviously, whether it be the University of Minnesota or several other public colleges and universities across the state, they're going to have to deal with the financial implications of this bill. I think it's important that we allow them to come speak to this bill, specifically in our committee, give us the stakeholder input that they should be allowed to give, let us know how it's going to impact their budgets. Folks, if you recall, when we had the Senate Higher Education Policy bill before us and Finance Policy before us earlier this session, the University of Minnesota is facing a significant millions and millions of dollars deficit in their budget already. That's not accounting for what this bill might do to that budget. And so, Mr. President, we need to know the answers to those questions. We need to have them come before us and give us their professional opinion and expertise regarding how this is going to impact them and other colleges and universities all across the state. More importantly, what's it going to do to the tuition rates that the students and families in Minnesota are going to have to pay as a result? I can almost guarantee you, and this is why I'd love to have it before committee, Mr. President, I can almost guarantee you this bill and the increased costs that are going to come with it to the U of M and other colleges and universities is going to lead to increased tuition, which means more money out of students and families' pockets. It means more student loan debt. That's not a good thing, Mr. President. We should be examining this in committee. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the Duckworth motion to Senate File 2. Senator Morrison for those senators voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the motion does not prevail. Further discussion on Senate File 2, Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I remember reading something that past performance does not predict future outcomes. So, Mr. President, this bill is a big deal. It's a big deal for so many different groups. We talked at length on the amendment, and I thank Senator Mann for going part way, and I'm happy there's a work group. Mr. President, in the Human Services Committee, we paid for all of it. In my belief, it's about $160 million over 4 years this bill would require to keep this industry whole. We don't really have a fiscal note. We don't have a definition of direct service provider or whatever the term was in there. And so, Mr. President, I don't know if you know this, Mr. President, we actually have a structure in this body. I don't know, and it works pretty well when we use it. They're called committees. And so in the bill, we set up a working group, which is a fine idea if there's no time for a committee. But Mr. President, I think it'd be just of utmost importance for this working group to decide, to be built by a committee, and definitions that we all agree on a bipartisan basis as a legislative process. And so, for Mr. President, for that reason, I move to re-refer this building, but yet inadequate to solve all the problems, Senate File 2 to the Human Services Committee.
Senator Abler moves to re-refer House File 2 to the Committee on Human Services. Further discussion on the motion.
Mr. President, just to save somebody jumping up, I'll request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted.
I have some more comments. I can wait or let somebody go first.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's you could think that some of us don't want paid family leave. You could think that some of us are indifferent to the challenges of families who get sick and their daughter needs to go somewhere, or they're going to have a complicated pregnancy. And I don't know if you know this, I think you do, Mr. President. We're having a heck of a time getting people to come work in the long-term care industry. There's over 50,000 vacancies. That's how hard it is to find people. And so perhaps it's true that as I listen to Senator Mann and others talk about the great things that might happen, should these people have the ability to get some paid leave, that would be a great idea. But Mr. President, we don't make gold from straw, and you can't get money to come from where it's not. And so while I'm grateful for the $20 million in this bill, this puts an additional $20 million at least burden on the nursing homes, the group homes, and others. In fact, Mr. President, 1/3%, and maybe up to 0.6% of the bill maxes out. And the way that MNsure and so on, where we were only going to need 2%, now we're up to 3.5%, which was the max in the bill. You're never going to need that money. It's going to be fine. And we don't have the actuarial reviews. Everybody who seems to know this topic, more expert than I, says it's going to cost more money, and it's going to be clunky, and it may not even work as well. Where are you going to find 470 employees to even man the place? And when they can't find 50,000 people in the long-term care industry. Of course, it pays better. But this is why we have committees. And I'm not going to belabor the point. But, Mr. President, I was in a meeting on Friday with some school board people, and my old superintendent spoke up, which is akin to this motion. And he said, it's a good idea to have paid family leave, but the way that these bills are being assembled, fewer people are going to have more benefits, and some people aren't going to have jobs. And other places are going to have to work on more skeleton crews, where they're going to be understaffed to accomplish the purposes that are so important. Mr. President, there is no other arena more sensitive than this one to the severe effects of understaffing. We already struggle with it. Vacancies where people can't get out of the hospital to go to the nursing home or to go to a place in a site where they can be cared for in home care. There just aren't the people. And so with some of the idiosyncrasies of this bill where people could be gone for up to 12 weeks and so on, well-intended. And I support paid family leave, Mr. President, but it's got to work. And I think today on the floor we saw that amendment, whatever number it was, A2 perhaps, that began to move the ball as the author and the members of your group are listening. Listening is the most important. One of the consequences of one party running everything is they don't have to listen like they used to. The best thing is for a bipartisan engagement. I am here ready to engage. I supported the amendment that Senator Mann had. If we can get this back to our committee, we can actually make sure that the people who are in nursing homes won't be turned away. But I can tell you, Mr. President, I don't mean to waggle my finger at you. You're way up high and you're pretty far away from me. But I can tell you, I don't know one nursing home that can handle a 0.35% hit on their budget, even if this A2 stands up. But I know for sure they can't handle a 0.7 in the ongoing years indefinitely, which is something we have to flesh out. And we left our committee all happy that the amendment was stuck on covering all those individuals. We knew at least from this project no harm would come. Mr. President, we need to investigate that further and to see if indeed, as you understand the Hippocratic Oath, above all, do no harm, or you're trying to do a good thing. Mr. President, I urge members to vote yes. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the abler. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier it was said that someone was glad that we were doing this amendment because we understand how the nursing homes will be massively impacted, and I don't think that. I don't think nursing homes will be massively impacted. But I do think that it should be our responsibility to pay for that premium for the workers who have their wages set or their reimbursement set by us. And so that's the purpose of that. And they are understaffed. Nursing homes are horribly understaffed. And so to put in place a program that increases employee retention and keeps people from leaving the workforce is a fantastic thing to do, and it's the right thing to do. And lastly, in other states that have implemented paid family leave, they see an 11% drop in nursing home utilization, which actually shaves the state. In Minnesota, it will save $60 million, which will go to the bottom line of the Human Services Committee. So, for all those reasons, I recommend a no vote, because also, Mr. President, this bill has been thoroughly vetted.
Member Senator Abler will have the final word on the motion.
Well, thank you. Well, Mr. President, I actually was just going to sit, but then I actually enjoy good debate. And I'm going to only address one thing. Mr. President, nursing homes function best when they're in the 90 to 92% level. They're in the 80s and in some cases far below. We have what do you call it? Not stockpiled. There's a term for mothballing. When you put them on layaway, you lay away beds. There's been records of numbers of beds laid away, and try to find a bed. But I can tell you, Mr. President, close to a third of the nursing homes are operating on reserves now. And I think if you ask them, they're not going to say, can you handle another 0.35% or a 0.6% hit on that this year and a 0.7 to 1.2 next year? They're going to say, seriously. And I want to caution members about one thing about nursing homes. If you think that you're worried about the nursing home speculators coming in from across the country, swooping up closed nursing homes, that they're going to be operating here, that they're not the same kind of folks as our current Minnesota operators, as they close, there's no one else to come in but those folks, and they are for-profit. They are not the people we want to be running our nursing homes. This puts us on a path toward that. Members, you have to vote yes. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the abler motion. Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 33 nay votes, the motion does not prevail. Further discussion on House File 2. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'm disappointed in that vote because what we heard from the author was not facts, we heard opinion. Senator Abler brought up a very reasonable request to say this is going to have an impact on our nursing homes, a significant impact, and we heard from the author, I don't think so. Well, I can tell you the nursing home that I serve on is extremely concerned. They believe it will have a significant impact. Mr. President, we also have a significant impact to our local governments. Would Senator Marty yield for a question?
Senator Marty will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Marty, when we were in finance back in January 26th, we had discussed a local impact note. Can you tell me, have you received that full local impact note back, or have you only received a partial local impact note?
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Pratt, I think I received the same thing you did, which is the amount of information that the Legislative Budget Office was able to pull together.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Marty, do you recall how much we expected this bill to cost our local governments? Just in premium alone.
Senator Marty will yield. Senator Marty.
Mr. President, no, but I'm sure you could tell me because I've seen the numbers as you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Marty, thank you very much. You're right. I can tell you the numbers. Would Senator Murphy yield for a question?
Senator Murphy will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy, do you know how much in 2026 and 2027 we'll expect to have in covered wages in state and local governments, school boards, et cetera?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. I'd ask you to repeat your question, please. Your voice dipped some in the middle of your question.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, thank you, Senator Murphy. I've never been told I have a trailing voice, so let me try this again. Senator Murphy, in 2026 and 2027, how much do we expect to have in covered wages for state, local governments, and school boards?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt, for your clear articulation of your question. Off the top of my head, I would not be able to answer your question in this moment, but I'm happy to seek it out and come back to you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy, would she yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Murphy, in your committee, when you heard this bill, did you talk about what the impact to cities, counties, and school boards might be just in premium alone?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. When we heard this bill earlier in session in state and local government, we did talk about impact to state and local governments, although I believe school boards would have been more largely debated in a different committee. We also spent a fair amount of time talking about the value of this proposal for Minnesotans. And I would like us to spend some time talking about the value of this to Minnesotans and the ways in which they lead their lives. This proposal that Senator Mann is bringing has everything to do with the moments of our lives, whether it is the birth of a child, the sickness of a parent, the death of a loved one, the dying of a loved one, it is critically important when I think about how we live our lives and the stories of our lives that we invest in this program that is funded with intention to make sure that Minnesotans and their lives are improved. And that is where we spent the large portion of our time when we heard this bill in state and local government.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Just in response to Senator Murphy, I absolutely agree with you. I think we could find a paid family medical leave bill that would help Minnesotans. In fact, I co-authored a very similar bill with Senator Coleman last year that passed this body with tripartisan support. A bill that would help a child be with their dying parent, to help a mother and a father be with a sick child, to have someone who needed major surgery to be able to take the time off. We passed that bill off the Senate chamber last year. So we're in agreement there. The concern I have is the approach we're taking, not about the benefit. Would the author of the bill yield for a question, Mr. President?
Senator Mann will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, just a moment ago you told Senator Abler this bill had been thoroughly vetted. Can you tell me how much, just in premium alone, how much we'll be expecting employees and local governments to be funneling to the state for this program?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. We don't have those exact numbers, Senator Pratt, and you know that because you're looking at the same thing I'm looking at. But just in premiums alone, if we're looking at the 0.35% premium for all employers and we divide that by organizations in the state, including cities and schools, it turns out to be about $36,000 per organization, if I'm reading this correctly.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I think Senator Mann and the others have quite clearly shown what I was trying to, or at least demonstrated what I was trying to show. This bill has not been thoroughly vetted. The fact of the matter is, Mr. President, we're going to expect in 2026 and 2027, state, local, and school board officials generate about $15 billion in wages. The average wage is $59,000. At least that's what it was. I'm sorry, in 2022, the average wage was $59,000. This will be taking out, in the first year of the program, $102 million from our local governments and $106 million in the second year. So since we work on bienniums, Mr. President, in the first biennium of this program, we are taking out of our local governments and out of our local staff, not just the city administrators, not just the superintendents, but the teachers, the paras, the food service workers, the janitors, the parks department, police officers. We're taking out almost $210 million that will be pushed off onto local governments. And Mr. President, had this bill been thoroughly vetted, I would have expected the author and the chair of the State and Local Governments Committee to be able to answer that. But they couldn't. This bill has not been thoroughly vetted. And these are brand new numbers. And Mr. Chair, we're still expecting some additional information to come on this local impact note. So this is just the premium based on the covered wages. We haven't talked yet, and we're still waiting for the information on how much it's going to cost a local school district to cover their substitute teacher costs or any substitute cost, how much it's going to cost them to administer under this new program. We haven't covered any of those additional costs. $210 million just in premium, and we've not talked about any other cost because we are unwilling, the majority of this chamber is unwilling to wait for that information. They are unwilling to wait. Even as Senator Marty promised me back in January, it seemed reasonable that we wait for the local impact note before we move this along. All we have is premium, but we don't have all the other costs that go along with it. All the other costs that our local governments are going to have to absorb. And I suspect it could be because the majority party does not want to see what that number is going to be. They don't want to own what the property tax increases are going to be on our residents. But Mr. President, we owe them the opportunity to truly have this bill fully vetted. So, Mr. President, I move that House File 2 be re-referred to the Committee on State and Local Government.
Senator Pratt moves that House File 2 be re-referred to the Committee on State and Local Government. Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion on the motion. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the Pratt motion. Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the motion does not prevail. Further discussion on House File 2. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a good conversation and a good hearing on this bill in the Commerce Committee. And one of the items that we talked about was the provision of private insurance products and how private plans might be able to qualify under this bill language. The part of the bill that was dealing with private insurance and private plans was still being worked on. If we look at Article 1, Section 15, there's new language in here that authorizes insurance, plans, has insurance languages, deals with responsibilities for the Commissioner of Commerce. And this language has never been debated or reviewed or open to the public in the Commerce Committee. And I think it's important that we do the work in the Commerce Committee, that when we're talking about insurance and responsibilities for the Department of Commerce, that we have those discussions where the Commissioner is able to come and discuss this, members of the public are able to offer input, and we're able to thoroughly vet this language. And so with that, Mr. President, I would move to re-refer House File 2 to the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Protection.
Senator Rasmussen moves that House File 2 be re-referred to the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Protection. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion on the motion. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would request a yes vote on this motion to re-refer. There's requirements for surety bonds here for organizations that are self-insuring. And again, this is language that the Commerce Committee has not had a chance to vet and discuss. And I think if we're going to be passing this bill, we need to make sure that we're doing all the work before we bring it to the floor.
Secretary will take the roll on the Rasmussen motion. Senator Morrison, for those voting under 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the motion does not prevail. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Republicans firmly believe in expanding access to paid family leave benefits, but we also believe the issues raised in this bill outweigh the good it seeks to accomplish. Last year, with tripartisan support, we offered an alternative. And I believe that that conversation should continue today. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A51 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is two parts, and the first part is very simple. It simply authorizes the creation of paid family leave insurance in the state of Minnesota, something that has never been allowed to date. Other states are starting to roll out a similar idea, and while in most states the plan is so new that it's not yet available for purchase, I believe its ability to fill in the gaps in the system is promising. The second half of this amendment does things slightly different than what's being done in other states. It does things the Minnesota way, through innovative collaboration. By adding tax credits for small businesses to afford to offer paid family leave-related expenses, including the insurance premiums, we are enabling them to offer this critical benefit and compete with larger corporations already offering generous paid family leave benefits. Members, I believe this is the right first step. To see how this plan being offered and supported by both parties in other states fares at addressing the needs. Once this gets up and running, we can take a look at if there are remaining gaps in the system and work together to address those. I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion on the Coleman amendment. Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of order on the basis of germaneness.
State your point of order.
Under 35.2, I believe this relates to a substantially different subject or is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill proposed.
Advice?
Advice, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the Coleman amendment is very germane to this debate. We are talking about paid family medical leave, and the amendment that Senator Coleman has offered relates to paid family medical leave. In both bills, there's discussion around insurance products and private plans, and so, Mr. President, I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken.
Further advice? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I agree with Senator Rasmussen, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to establish a paid family and medical leave program. That's the purpose of the bill. Senator Coleman's amendment creates a paid family and medical leave program. Even Masons would say, Mr. President, that just because something is different doesn't make it not germane. This is an abuse of the germaneness rule, Mr. President, and I urge you to vote the Point not well taken.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice. Everything in this amendment is discussed in the underlying bill. There is nothing non-germane here, and I would encourage that this point of order be ruled out of order.
I will consult with the Secretary. Members having consulted and received advice, I rule the point of order not well taken. Further discussion on the Coleman amendment.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, as we've been talking about the benefits of paid family medical leave and how we can provide those benefits, we have two options in front of us. One is to create a new state agency that will hire over 400 new employees and take $1.5 billion out of our economy every year. It will take benefits that employees have already negotiated, already like, and make them, and basically eliminate them and force them to be in compliance with what this chamber has said. I've heard from business owners who offer 8 weeks of leave at 100% of salary. Under this plan, even though those employees like it, they won't be able to keep it. And one of the reasons we don't have family leave here in the state of Minnesota is because our Commerce Department does not have the statutory authority to allow those policies to be written. We are trying to solve a problem with a government agency simply because we've blocked anyone from utilizing the private market. This should have gone back to Commerce because there are alternatives. There are companies writing these policies. And Senator Coleman's amendment is leveraging what's already out there. It provides a very similar benefit. And Mr. President, it provides the opportunity for employees to have a benefit that they like, not a benefit that we've told them they need. And as Senator Coleman said, and I'll repeat, this bill passed last year with tripartisan support. It was never taken up in the House. It passed with tripartisan support. And it was not once any of the provisions in this bill or in this amendment considered in the underlying bill. We've decided that we're going to move forward with this route. In the meantime, we have a viable option that gives employees, gives employers options to meet the needs that best suit them. Mr. President, I urge members to vote yes.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just be very brief. This is an excellent step forward. It is doable. It is what will allow Minnesotans to get the paid family leave that they want, that they deserve. It will allow it in a way that can be implemented. We know the costs, the benefits, but most importantly, Minnesotans will be able to get the benefits that they want, not the government one-size-fits-all mandate. I encourage a yes vote.
Further discussion on the Coleman amendment. There is none. Roll call. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this this amendment is what we have right now. You can buy disability insurance. You can offer it to your employees. This is what we have. And under the current program, 24% of people have access to paid leave. This amendment has been proven to fail. It is a proven failure, right? In Virginia, in July of 2022, the state legislature authorized the State Corporation Commissioners Bureau of Insurance to approve the sale of a family leave insurance product in the state. And as of February of this year, one insurer has applied to offer this program, and 0 employers have signed up. This was also done in New Hampshire, which had a better outcome. After a very robust open enrollment period, they had 149 employers sign up. 149 employers out of 44,509. That's 0.03% of employers opted into the program. So 99.7% of employers did not sign up under this proven failure of a program. And that's because the program doesn't work, right? Because we have data from every other state that has this that says our program does work, and that this voluntary tax credit do it by yourself thing does not work because it's too expensive. So if you want to implement a program that is proven to fail, and it is a proven failure, then you go right ahead. But let me also mention that this proposal is fiscally irresponsible. In New Hampshire, the program operates at $5 per week for a 6-week leave at 60% wages. So you are going to increase out-of-pocket expenses for Minnesotans and give them the fraction of the time off and a fraction of their wages that they're going to get under our proposal. You are telling people that it's going to be up to the insurance company how long they take their leave is. So some insurance companies will tell people go back to work at 6 weeks, at 4 weeks, at 2 weeks. Who knows? It's up to them. It's not up to the employer. It's not up to the state. There is no ruling body over it, so they can do whatever they want. So you're going to tell people post C-sections to go back to work at 4 weeks before they've had time to heal. You're going to tell people to go back to work at 2 weeks post-surgery before they've had time to heal. This is the program that we want in Minnesota. It's not the program that I want. And the reason why you had tripartisan support on it last time is because it was that or nothing. And this is, quite frankly, almost next to nothing. So, members, I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion on the A51. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just have to correct the record a bit. We do not currently have tax credits for employers and refundable tax credits for employees for paid family medical leave. I believe it was stated on this floor that this amendment is what we have currently. We do not have those options currently in law.
Further discussion on the A51. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, Senator Coleman brings a very reasonable proposal here, one that allows the private sector to allow employers and employees to negotiate this out, allows employees the freedom to decide whether they want this or not. This is not what we have before us in the bill, Mr. President. What we have is a mandate, unfunded to local units of government, unfunded to businesses, enforced upon the employees of the state by forcing taxation onto them, taking money out of their pocket, out of their paychecks. Mr. President, the bill underlying this creates 400 new FTEs in state government, a great big government bureaucracy. That's $40 million a year that is taken out of the money that's collected in tax money from the employees of this state. That's $40 million per year that is consumed by government. That is not efficient. That is not in the interest of the employee. They have no choice in this bill that's underneath here. Mr. President, Senator Coleman's proposal offers that choice, offers the freedom of choice to individuals to determine, for individuals to self-direct on whether they need this, what level of benefits they need to buy, and what level that they need to contribute to it. That leaves it to them. Her proposal is about choice. Senator Mann's proposal is about government coercion and government failure. I encourage you members to adopt the Coleman Amendment, and let's head in a direction that is in the interest of individuals in this state, in the interest of them self-directing and deciding what they want instead of what government is going to do to them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A51. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Mann tried to tell us that the Coleman bill is what we have available to us today. It's not. as I mentioned. We are unable to write family leave policies because the Department of Commerce does not have the statutory authority. So let's talk about the differences between Senator Coleman's bill and what's being presented to us today. Senator Coleman's bill incentivizes business through tax breaks to offer this benefit. As former chair of the Jobs and Economic Growth Committee, I can tell you that the #1 issue employers tell me they have is finding employees. They're all scrambling to differentiate themselves. This incentivizes them to be able to offer this benefit to attract employees. Senator Mann's program creates a new payroll tax that both have to pay into. Senator Coleman's bill allows you the flexibility that if you like your benefits, you can keep your benefits. As Senator Mann said, she's decided what benefit you should have, what at least the minimum benefit you should have. We don't allow employers and employees to have that discussion together. We'll be talking about some of the finances in a little bit, Mr. Chair, but we saw through the unemployment fund a massive deficit due to historic claims coming through. Under this bill, if we were to be under-reserved, it would fall on the Minnesota taxpayer. Senator Coleman's amendment would take the Minnesota taxpayer off the hook, and it would have to be covered by private insurance. Senator Mann's is a one-size-fits-all. Senator Coleman's amendment is a one-size-fits-you. Mr. President, this seems like the easiest vote we should take all year. Members, vote yes on the Coleman
Further
amendment.
discussion on the A51. Last comments will be from Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the discussion around this amendment. What I'm hearing are two things. One, a lack of understanding of what it does, and two, the suggestion that there's a perfect solution to this issue. That is not something that is on this floor, on the base bill or this amendment, and I'll be the first to admit that. I never said that this was a perfect solution. What I did say verbatim was this is a right first step to see how this plan being offered and supported by both parties in other states fares at addressing the need. Once this gets up and running, we can take a look at if there are remaining gaps in the system and can work together to address those. What we are seeing happening right now is, once again, Republicans in good faith reaching their hands out across the aisle, trying to bring Democrats to the table, and not only having that hand slapped away, telling us our voices are not needed nor wanted, but are being shut out of the conversation entirely. That's not what Minnesotans are asking for. They're asking us to work together. Members, I believe this amendment is a good way for Republicans and Democrats to come together and try to address the need of paid family leave in this state, and then to continue to progress on this issue moving forward. And I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A51 amendment.
Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pah votes no.
Senator Pah votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Frenz votes no.
And Senator Frenz votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Jha votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen votes no.
And Senator McEwen votes no. Senator Jasinski. Those
Thank you,
voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Just to correct the record, Senator Disick voted in person. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments on Senate File Number 2? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Coleman's amendment allowed the freedom of choice of people in our state rather than the dictates of government that are being placed into our laws recently all over the place, Mr. President. And we're seeing it in this bill. This is a big government bill that grows government by 400 employees and sucks $80 million out of the system that is created here per biennium for government, just for more government. That's what's in the underlying bill, the bill in front of us right now, Mr. President. It's just too bad that we weren't able to adopt Senator Coleman's amendment. It was a very good amendment and would have allowed the ability for us to pursue this discussion in a way that preserved the personal freedoms of people that this bill so harshly violates. One of the things that is central to this, Mr. President, is the freedom of the employee to self-direct. We have before us a bill that says, employee, this is what you're going to do. You're going to pay tax to the government. That's what it says, and it's collecting all kinds of tax money. And Mr. President, for an employee that makes $25,000 a year, the tax on the employee in the bill, $87.50 a year. Their employer has to provide another $87.50 a year. That's potential salary increase, Mr. President, that employer is no longer going to be able to pay to the employee because the dictates of government in this bill are extracting it from the government or from the business and taking it away. So now, if the full amount of this bill is realized, which we know will, Mr. President, 1.2% is the limits placed in this bill on the employee and the employer, that same $25,000 a year worker, $150, or if you include his employer's amount, that's $300 of current and future salary that employee is forced to give up in this bill. If that employee, Mr. President, earns $50,000 a year, that's $175 per year for the employee, and his future or her future tax increase, or his or her future salary increase is $350. Now, if the full amount of this bill is realized and the full taxation pressure is placed on that employee, Mr. President, that's $300 a year for the employee's portion only, and $600 a year if you consider the employer amount or their future salary increase that is being extracted from the employer on behalf of this bill. If you go to $75,000 a year, Mr. President, that's $262.50 a year, and you go times 2, which includes their future salary increase, $525 per year that is taken from this employee and goes to pay for 400 government employees, as outlined in the bill. Now, Mr. President, let's say that $75,000 a year employee is married. Both Both spouses would be required to contribute to this. That's $450 for that household at the 1.2% level, and their salary increases in the future, Mr. President, bring that to $900 per couple that are extracted from their family income and go to the dictates of government for the government to do more things to that family. $100,000 a year in family income, Mr. President, you're looking at $1,200 at the 1.2% level that's extracted from this family and from their future salary increases. Now, Mr. President, per capita income, when this bill is fully realized at 1.2% taxation on the employee and employer, that family at $41,204 of per capita average income in our state will be paying nearly $500 a year at $494.45. Now, Mr. President, if you consider the the Minnesota median household income of $77,706 at the 1.2% fully enacted, fully realized portion of this bill, that household, that includes the employee of both employees in the household, the husband and the wife, will be paying, when fully realized, $494 per year, nearly $500 per household if you include their future salary increase that is being extracted from their employer in this bill. Mr. President, this bill is about taxation. This bill is about big government. This bill is about no choices for people. There is no choice for the individuals or the businesses in this bill. Government dictates to them that you're going to do this, you're going to do this. If you don't do this, you're going to have a penalty of $10 for this, $25 for this, $1,000 penalty I read in the bill, Mr. President, if the employer's following the law and still makes a mistake. I'm still working on reading that part of the bill, Mr. President, but the choices for people are taken away from them in this bill in favor of big government. I would like to offer a solution, Mr. President, and that is the A16 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 40 after line 20, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A16 amendment, members, allows employees throughout our state to decide their future. It doesn't require them to march to the dictates of government like the Democrats have included in this bill, but instead it says, employee, if you want to opt out of this program, you can do so. All you have to do is tell the government you don't want to be a part of this. You don't want to have your wages extracted from you and your family against your will, and you don't want the government to dictate what you get back or don't get back from those wages that are extracted from you. So I would present this in front to you members, and I'd ask for a roll call on the amendment, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A16? Senator Mann, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, hold it. Hold on.
I didn't cede the floor, Mr. President.
I'm sorry?
I did not cede the floor.
Oh, I thought you ceded the floor once you asked for your roll call vote. Sorry about that, Senator Mann. We're still with Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I'll offer you an even better option, that it offers more choice for the people, the fine people, the workers of the state of Minnesota. That's the A17 amendment to
Senator
the amendment.
Jaskowski offers the A17 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend the A16 amendment to House File Number 2 as follows. Page 1, delete Section 16 and insert. This is the A17 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask also for a roll call on this amendment to the amendment, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call is granted. And just so that we're clear, there's been a roll call requested on the amendments to the amendment, which is the A17, as well as the A16 underlining amendment. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is one step better than the amendment that I brought. This allows the employees to determine whether they want to be in this program or not. It doesn't force them to be in the program to begin with. And it says, employee, if you want to be part of this government program that's created in this bill, all you have to do is let the government know and they will opt you in. And if you don't want to be part of it, you don't have to do anything. You can continue with your arrangements that you have with your employer, which if they're working out great for you and your family and offer you the best use of your work resources, the money that you make by working hard every day, it allows you to determine that, you to self-determine your future and not have the government come in and tell you what to do. I encourage your support for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, Senator Mann, to the A17, which is the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is, our program is an insurance premium program. We all participate so that we can all have the benefits of the program. The marketing alone to get out information of opting in or opting out would make it so that we would never be able to get this program off the ground. And so I request a no vote on the amendment to the amendment as well as the underlying amendment.
Any other discussions before I go to the author of the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Jaskowski, you're the last voice that we'll hear before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, we heard it from the author of the bill. The suggestion is after we're building 400 employees into this big government program, $80 million a year from this program is being used to fund government. And we can't find money to, we can't dedicate a piece of that money to tell the employees what their rights are and how they get in and out of the program. That's seriously what we heard. And this is not an insurance program, Mr. President. This is a tax and government dictate to workers in Minnesota program. That's what this bill is. It's a dictate to Minnesota workers. It tells them what they have to do, when they have to do it, and how they have to do it. That's what it does, Mr. President. This restores, which is missing in the bill so badly, it restores to the employee their ability to self-determine and make decisions for themselves. Imagine that, Mr. President. The employee can make decisions for themselves on what's best for them and their family and the money that they make through their hard work. It's their money, Mr. President. This bill tells them, we're going to come in, our big government, we're going to take your money and we're going to put it into this program. We're going to spend $80 million of it per biennium on government, and then we'll tell you if you get benefits and how. This is the wrong approach in the bill. This amendment and the amendment to the amendment, Mr. President, fixes it. It's a solution that's focused on the employee instead of big government. I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A17, amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Weissenberg votes aye. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Frantz votes no.
Senator French votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And that's all I have, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman, please vote. Thank you so much.
Mr. President.
Senator Morrison.
I apologize, Mr. President. Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just so we're clear, we're on the underlining A16 amendment. Any additional discussion before I give the author the final word? Seeing none, Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the best option we had in front of us was just defeated by the Democrats. I would ask you to entertain this amendment as the base amendment. This allows, if this program goes in place, to at least, Mr. President, to at least give a voice to the employee, to let them voice whether or not they want to get out of the program or not. If we don't adopt this amendment, Mr. President, the message that employees will get is not one of freedom. It's one of government dictating to them. Let's give them the message that we respect them as an employee and their self-determination and what they would like to do with their money, what they would like to buy in terms of benefits, rather than the government dictating to them. Thank you, Mr. President.
The secretary will take the roll on the A16 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, are you ready? Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Frantz votes no.
Senator French votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Members, any additional amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you and many of the members in this chamber were here when we passed wage theft. It was a groundbreaking law, became a model for other states to follow in many ways. And one of the things we did was we made sure that employees knew their rights under that law. And you, Mr. President, were one that fought to make sure that employees understood that right no matter what their primary language was. We're all better off when when the people of Minnesota understand what is being expected of them. One of the things, Mr. President, was we created a uniform disclosure. And we had the agency translate that disclosure into multiple languages, whether it be Hmong, Somali, Chinese, Spanish, whatever the language. And yet, Mr. President, I don't see anywhere in this bill where we really inform the employee about what's being expected of them and why their money is being taken out of their paycheck. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A2 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A2 amendment, and the Secretary at the appropriate time will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 61, after line 24, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Pratt, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment just simply requires the department to create a uniform disclosure form, have that translated for employees to understand in their primary language, and I ask a yes for vote.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional discussions on the A2 amendment? Senator Mann, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just trying to find the language in the bill because we already have a process like this where the employer has to tell all the employees in a language of their choice about the program. This is already in our bill. The language already exists.
Any additional discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, the last voice we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'd like to correct the author. While there's a requirement that the employer notify the employee, there's no support for the employer to do that in the language that is primary to the employee. In fact, they could be penalized if they don't do it correctly. So this simply puts the responsibility on the agency to develop a standardized disclosure that will give our employer safe haven. So no one comes in and says, you didn't disclose it right. You didn't put it in the right language. And this provides us a little bit of uniformity in this bill and puts some responsibility on the state for the mandates and requirements that we're expected our small business owners to put. Mr. President, I don't expect my local restaurant to have to know what disclosure and in what languages they need it. They should be able to get that directly from the agency. So this is a very simple amendment. I'm actually quite disappointed Senator Mann opposes it, but members, I request a yes vote.
Any of the, well, that was the last voice. The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pah votes no.
Senator Pah votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator May Quaid votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 noes, the A2 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A4 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A4 amendment. The secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, line 17, delete the first or. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In several sections of the bill, we talk about a qualifying exigency, but specifically on page 20, line 17, we talk about family care, but we don't talk about exigency. This would simply add that phrase into this part of the bill to make sure that members of the military can qualify for the use of the benefits in all parts of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Putnam is not with us. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional discussions before I go to Senator Mann? Senator Mann, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll accept this as a friendly amendment.
Any additional discussion? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I withdraw the request.
Roll call withdrawn. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A4 amendment is adopted. Any additional discussions or amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1 second here. Mr. President, one of the things that we need to know in this bill and employers need to know is when their employees are making use of this benefit. And so, Mr. President, we need to have a feedback loop, just like we do in unemployment, where when someone claims an unemployment benefit, the employer is notified and they have a chance to dispute the claim. The A6 amendment will allow for that same type of notification. So, Mr. President, I offer the A6 amendment.
The A6 amendment is offered, and the secretary at the appropriate time will report the A6 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment.
No.
Regular, I'm sorry. It is a simple amendment. Senator Pratt. Nope, I got to report it.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18, after line 17, after the period, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
And Senator Pratt, to your amendment, the A6.
Mr. President, I think I've already described it. It requires notification just like we have in the unemployment system back to the employer.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mann, when you're ready, you can take your time until you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what this amendment does is that once you send in your application for leave, then the department must send a notification to your employer even before you've been approved or not approved for the leave. This will add an administrative burden that is unnecessary because we have 2 other places in the process where the employer will be notified, and so I request a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the A6th amendment? Seeing none, Senator Pratt, to your amendment, and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I disagree that this would be an administrative burden. This small change will help ensure that the employee, employer, and the state are all on the same page every time there's a paid leave claim made. It protects both the employer and the employee by ensuring that there's no miscommunication about the circumstances or the length of the leave, and I request a yes vote.
The secretary will take the roll on the A6th amendment. Members, as a gentle reminder, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. And Senator Morrison, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Frantz votes no.
Senator French votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator McQuaid votes no.
And Senator McQuaid votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A6 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A3 amendment. The secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, delete subdivision 5 and insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There has been a lot of conversation around the number of weeks under this plan, and in the bill before the body, it has a 20-week max for paid leave, which would be one of the longest leave periods in the country. When we look at what a number of other states have done who have passed paid family medical leave recently, whether it's Colorado, they have 12 weeks that could go up to 16 weeks for complications during pregnancy. Connecticut is 12 weeks plus 2 weeks for pregnancy complications. Oregon has 12 weeks plus 2 weeks for pregnancy complications. And so one of the concerns that we've heard from a lot of stakeholders is around whether or not, because we haven't done an actuarial study to know what the numbers are going to be for this plan, that the estimates are perhaps too low, and that given a 20-week max for leave, that the cost of this could balloon. And so the A3 amendment sets a cap at 18 weeks. It would give 14 weeks to Minnesotans under this plan, plus an additional 4 weeks for pregnancy complications. I think this is a very reasonable amendment. It would still put us ahead of most other states that have recently enacted paid family medical leave programs, but it will also help address some of the concerns that we've talked about today from our nursing homes, from our school districts, from local units of government, and help make sure that we're actually putting a benefit out there that we can sustain in this bill, and to make sure that the benefits that we're promising Minnesotans will actually be there. And so I would request support on the A3 amendment. I think it's a reasonable proposal that will put us still above what most states do, but bring us closer to what other states are doing when it comes to paid family medical leave.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mann, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we look at other states and the rest of the world, 12 weeks time off for something is the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum. And I know that you had referenced Colorado, Connecticut, and Oregon, Senator Rasmussen, but we didn't talk about California at 52 weeks, New Jersey at 38, Rhode Island at 30, New York at 26, Massachusetts at 26, Maryland at 24. So we are not an outlier. We're right in the middle of the pack already. And when we say that, you can have 14 weeks and then 4 weeks related to a pregnancy recovery, it takes 6 to 8 weeks to recover from a normal run-of-the-mill C-section. So 4 weeks to recover from that is completely inadequate. Also, as far as taking care of a baby, pediatricians say that babies should stay home for 9 months, 40 weeks for optimal baby health. So us offering them those 12 and plus the 8 of whatever else that need would be. Again, we're doing the bare minimum already. To cut that down any further would just hurt Minnesotans. I recommend a no vote.
Any additional discussion before we go to the author of the amendment as the last voice before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what I'm trying to do here with the A3 amendment is to simply have a conversation and make sure that the benefits that we're promising Minnesotans under this bill are going to be there. We haven't yet done an actuarial study, and I'm concerned that, with the costs of this program, we could see it spiraling out of control. And so with the A3 amendment, again, it would offer 14 weeks of leave plus an additional 4 weeks for pregnancy complications, going up to 18 weeks. And we've continued to try to have this conversation to have a plan that's more in line with what other states do. But with that, Mr. President, I would withdraw the A3.
The A3 amendment has been withdrawn. Any additional amendments before we continue? Senator Grutenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, one of the things about reviewing this bill, and some of the people who've expressed concerns, is the lack of accountability as far as fraud by an employee who would be trying to collect benefits and wasn't actually due them. In reviewing the bill, the concerns that were expressed by certain groups that are opposing this bill is that it's relatively light in terms of fraud an employee. And now, members, we know, based upon human nature, that there'll be some people who try to game this particular benefit. And I think we need to look at a little bit stronger consequences as far as the employee is concerned when there's misrepresentation or fraudulent behavior. Now, if we look at this bill, we see that under the employer, there's all kinds of consequences to him if he does something inappropriate or wrong. Under retaliation of any type, perceived or otherwise it seems, he can be fined up to $10,000 per incident. Under interference, which, however that's defined, he can be fined up to $10,000 if he's guilty of any type of interference. And all during this time, the employer has to continue to pay benefits for the employee, which, again, some of this I can work with, but other ones, it seems like there's an overbearing on the employer compared to the employee. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A21.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A21 amendment. The Secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 60, after line 22, insert. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen, to your A21 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I do have a question for Senator Mann, if she'd yield.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Gruenhagen, to your A21 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. Yeah, when I review the bill, again, in the area, it's on line 60, it says an applicant or an employee has committed misrepresentation if the applicant is overpaid benefits by making an intentionally false statement or representation in an effort to fraudulently collect benefits. Then it goes on, it says overpayment because of misrepresentation does not occur when there is an unintentional mistake with a good faith belief as to the eligibility for correctness of the statement or representation. So, when it comes to the employee, there seems like we have a soft requirement here, and yet we turn around when it comes to the employer, and we seem to put them into a situation where they're guilty until proven innocent to a certain degree. And so, Senator Mann, do you think that you need more consequences as far as fraudulent behavior for the employee if they make a false claim?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Senator Gruenhagen, could you repeat the question?
Senator Gruenhagen, you probably can get right to the question. Senator Gruenhagen.
Okay. Yeah, the question is, Senator Mann, people or groups that have concerns about your bill say it's very light on consequences for fraudulent claims by employees. And I read a section out of your bill that says, well, if it's unintentional by the employee, it can be forgiven. So do you believe that you need stronger consequences in terms of fraudulent claims by employees in your bill?
Thank you, Senator Grudenhagen. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we have that same language for employers as well, whether when they have made a mistake that is not intentional, there is no consequence to them either, so the language is similar. And then we also have language in there for the employees that if it's not a mistake and it is misrepresentation, that they have penalties and interest payments to pay. So I think that the bill is punitive enough.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, Senator Mann, organizations that have reviewed this bill would differ with your conclusion. They think there needs to be some stronger consequences in terms of fraudulent behavior for the employee. So what my amendment does, the 821, it requires the commissioner to review the employers that rank in the top 10% of family and medical leave claims during a year, and to ensure that those benefits are being claimed not fraudulently, and to include the utilizers and the results of any review in an annual report to the legislature. So basically what this amendment does, it says that those businesses or that are in the top 10% of claiming family and medical leave benefits, that there needs to be a report to the legislature and a review to make sure that the claims are not fraudulent. So, members, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Okay, Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would encourage a no vote on this, just in a very basic reading of what we would be doing. As we know, some types of professions tend to have more or less of one gender. And it is going to be, I mean, anyone can have an accident and end up in the hospital or have a family member that they need to help. But more statistically, the caregivers are women. And more statistically, the people that are going to be taking medical leave for pregnancies are women. So there are likely to be female-oriented careers, such as the people that work in the nursing homes tend to be more female-dominated. Some of the people that are support staff at our schools tend to be more female-dominated. Whereas I come from the military, just going to tell you, still much more male-dominated. So you are going to have certain employers that are going to have higher uses of this leave because of the types of employees they employ, not because there's necessarily fraud. And so the unintended consequence of a bill like this is that you're going to be putting employers that tend to employ more female employees who might have certain reasons to use this more under undue scrutiny, assuming that they're doing something wrong when in fact they just have a type of group that might be using this leave a little bit more. So I think that's very unfair to those employers, as well as automatically dismissing that the people using this leave must be doing something fraudulent. So I would encourage a no vote.
Senator Mann to the underlining amendment, which is the A21.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote no.
Any additional discussion before I call on the author of the amendment for the last word before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, members, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman or what ethnic group we're from. We're talking about fraudulent claims and some oversight by the legislature on that, especially when they're in the top 10% of all the claims being made against the program. We're talking about taxpayers' dollars and some accountability to our elected representatives, which what we are voted to do. So members, please vote green on this amendment if you want to have some legislative oversight. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A21 amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Say it one more time.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Mr. President, Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 37 noes, the A21 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A5 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A5 amendment. The Secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 45, line 20, delete 1.2 and insert 1. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had an amendment earlier that was trying to address some of the costs with this bill, and it's been estimated that this will cost 0.7% of payroll to fund the benefits underneath this bill. However, we have yet to do an actuarial study to know what those numbers will actually be. And so the A5 amendment would put in place a 1% payroll tax cap to make sure that this program, if we're wrong, that tax cannot go above 1% of payroll without coming back to the legislature, figuring out what went wrong, and making adjustments as needed. And just to be clear, Mr. President and members, this would allow this estimate to be more than 40% wrong. And I don't know where else in the legislature we allow ourselves to be more than 40% wrong when it comes to numbers for a multi-billion-dollar program like this. And so I think this is a reasonable amendment. It puts in a guardrail in place to where if we're more than 40% wrong and the payroll tax goes above 1%, that we come back here as a legislature and we make the adjustments needed to fix this program.
Senator Mann, to the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll accept this as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A5 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A5 is adopted. Any additional amendments to the bill? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A10.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 35, line 27, before the, insert A. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the conversations that we've had in committee as this bill has moved through the process is that there are some Minnesota employers that actually offer on a dollar basis a more generous plan than what would be prescribed under this bill, but perhaps it has different features to it. One example that's been talked about a bit is potentially an employer offers 8 weeks of leave but at 100% of pay. And so that benefit on a dollar basis would actually be more valuable to the employee than what is prescribed here in the underlying bill, but because it does not meet every parameter of the bill, it would not be allowed to be a private plan under this underlying bill. So the A10 amendment would allow a private plan that exceeds the dollar value of the employee's benefit under the bill to be permitted. In addition, given feedback that I got from the bill author when I offered a similar amendment in committee, this would also require that employer to offer no less than 12 weeks of leave. And so just to be clear, Mr. President, members, this would simply allow a private plan that offers a more valuable benefit than prescribed in House File 2, in addition to no less than 12 weeks of leave, to be exempted from this plan. I want to make sure, Mr. President, that we don't take really generous benefits that are out in the marketplace today and take them away from Minnesota employees. And so I'd ask for member support of the A10.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mann to the A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a few things. One is if you are a private plan and you offer 12 weeks of leave with another 8, stacking up 20, which is what the state offers, you can opt out already. And you can offer your employees whatever wage replacement you want, starting again at the floor that we have set, and you can go above and replace their wage at 100%. So this private plans are already able to do this. The problem I have with this particular language is that it can set up a power struggle between an employee and an employer, where the employer can say, and because of that power differential, can make an employee take a leave that is shorter but with more money. And it's not about the money for most people, right? It's about the time that we need to be with our loved ones. And so I recommend a no vote.
Any additional discussions before I go to the author of the A10 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen, you have the final word before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the discussion with Senator Mann on this amendment, and I just want to be clear that, again, the only private plans that this would apply to would be those that pay the employees more than what is prescribed in the underlying bill. By voting no against this amendment, you're voting to take away more generous benefits that are currently in the marketplace and offered to Minnesotans. And the feedback that we had heard both from private sector employers and employees and public sector employers and employees was they don't want their more generous benefits to potentially go away under this bill. And so again, this would simply allow those more generous plans to exist in the marketplace while still requiring no less than 12 weeks of leave. I think this is a very reasonable amendment, and I'd ask for a member's green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A10 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator May-Quade votes no.
Senator May-Quade votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A10 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Insurance is a complicated issue. When I was part of an organization and we decided to become self-insured, offer our employees health insurance and become self-insured, we knew we couldn't handle that burden on our own. So we contracted with a third-party administrator to manage what the premium should be, to handle the claims, to manage the questions that employees would invariably have. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of specialized work. Not everyone can do it. What we're talking about is a benefit that's very similar to health insurance in many ways. Short-term disability, family leave are not straightforward. Mr. President, our agencies don't have the expertise to manage an insurance program like this. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A14 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 17, delete Section 6 and insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this simply requires DEED to contract with a third-party administrator to operate the program that's being established in this bill. Members, this is a massive program. $648 million now is being set aside as a partial reserve, and we're going to be taxing employers and employees combined $1.5 billion a year. And we still don't know how many claims we'll have to be paying out. There's some estimates along the way. But when we talk about every employee in the state, whether it be from the hardware store or to the largest corporation, to a restaurant, to General Mills, to a small clinic, to Mayo Clinic, every employee in the state is being affected by this bill. Senator Mann mentioned that companies can opt out. No one's going to opt out of this plan. There's way too much risk to opt out. But what we should do is make sure that when we are going to affect nearly every Minnesotan, that it be managed in a professional manner. And so, Mr. President, this again simply requires DEED to get a contract with a third-party administrator to handle those administrative costs, to do the actuarial work, to ensure that the state has an adequate reserve to pay claims. Members, I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So historically speaking, when we privatize social programs, we see increase in cost and decrease in benefit. And we see this over and over and over again. We have decades of data to prove that. And so, privatizing this program in the first place is a terrible idea. Second, private insurance companies do have a history of discrimination. We have been very, very intentional in this bill to make it equitable and to make sure we're not leaving people behind. And we know that black communities are often charged more for the same product and are denied coverage for different things at higher rates than other communities. And so coverage, when we have a third party come in and give out benefits, is going to be to the discretion of the insurer, and it is within these discretions that inequities lie. And lastly, we just have to look at Connecticut, who did this exact same thing, and their administrative costs are at 15.5%, while our administrative costs and the administrative costs of most other programs that have it run by the state are at 7%. So it's costing the state twice as much money. And so for all those reasons, I recommend a no vote.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I believe this amendment as proposed is talking about the program administration. We just heard something that kind of went a little the other direction. Currently, I believe in the United States, if there's 11 or 12 mandated states at this point, at least 6 of them are using a private side administrator because they're much, I mean, they don't need to start from scratch. They're a major company that's already working the insurance market. They're taking that state's plan and just administrating it, using their expertise to cut costs and be more efficient. So, members, this amendment is a good idea. The administration by someone who's already out there doing this and doing it efficiently is much better. So please support this amendment.
Any additional discussions before I go to the author of the amendment to have the last word before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Uckey, for that, because you're right. This isn't about privatizing the program, as the author said. It's about doing the nuts and bolts, making sure the program works efficiently and effectively for the people of Minnesota. It says right here in the amendment, Mr. President, claims management, provisions and management of related software systems, contact center and related customer service support services, fraud prevention and premium collection. Those are all things that we are expecting to hire 400 new state employees to manage, and they don't have the expertise to do it. Now, as I said, when we privatized our own health insurance, we hired a company to do this very thing because they had the expertise, they had the experience, they had the infrastructure to do it and do it well. Members, if we're going to force millions of Minnesotans onto a state plan without giving them the opportunity to opt out, as Senator Drazkowski had wanted, don't we deserve to give them the best possible customer service available? Members, this is an easy yes vote.
Members, the Secretary will take the roll on the A14 amendment. Please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator
Draheim.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the 814 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments, members? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, while we were debating this bill, and particularly in the Jobs Committee, we were talking about an actuarial study and making sure that the actuarial study was done by someone who's qualified to do it. And I appreciate Senator Mann taking that amendment in Jobs. You know, the thing about insurance and financial services in general is that in many cases it's very statistically based. You might have up years, you might have down years, but when you look at the long-term trends seem to be fairly stable. If you have a long-term trend up, it tells you you've got a problem. If you've got a long-term trend going down, you've got a different problem or potentially a benefit. But for the most part, trends tend to remain fairly constant. The premium in this bill was set without any actuarial study. We don't know whether or not the 0.7% of wages is the right number. Many states, most states, are higher than that. They offer fewer benefits and yet have a higher premium, and yet we somehow believe the state of Minnesota, with 400 new inexperienced employees, is going to come in and run this program more efficiently. But what if, Mr. President, what if the actuarial study that we've got commissioned comes back and says this program is not actuarially sound? It will not work. Are we going to try to come back and fix it in a session, weeks and months before it's expected to go into implementation, having thrown away millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars in software development? Mr. President, I think that's an irresponsible way for us to go. What I would say, Mr. President, is if that actuarial study comes back and shows that the plan in front of us, as many of us suspect, is unworkable, that we should then open our eyes and our options more broadly. So, Mr. President, I would offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 63, line 27, after must, insert 1. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Pratt, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A7 amendment simply directs the deed commissioner to explore other options, which could include private options if the plan in front of us is not actuarially sound, so that we can stay on track for providing this benefit when we promised it to Minnesotans. Members, I request a yes vote.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the premium in our bill was set by the U.S. Department of Labor Worker Plus model, which takes data from PFML from all other states and applies it to Minnesota. So it is not a number we picked out of the air. Second, we've already talked about privatizing aspects of this bill. It is a bad idea. Colorado tried to do the same thing, and their bids were so bad that they scrapped the whole idea. So please vote no.
Any other comments or discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Pratt, before we vote, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, this isn't a requirement to privatize. This is just directing the commissioner to look at that as a potential option, to weigh the costs and the benefits if the program in front of us is actuarially unsound. This is a reasonable step that Minnesotans expect us to take, and I request a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pye votes no.
Senator Pye votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A7 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd offer the A9 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A9 amendment. The secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 2 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 52, after line 17, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this bill, as we know, creates a new, huge, new piece of bureaucracy in Minnesota government. $2.9 billion tax increase on the people of Minnesota in this bill. This is a tax increase bill. But what I'm concerned about, Mr. President, is fraud. We live in a state which has a state government that has a very, very, very poor track record around fraud. We have fraud that is rife within our government. We don't have to go any further than the Feeding Our Future program in the Minnesota Department of Education. I don't have to remind members that it's in the area of $300 million of the people's money. Now that we know that department squandered away, still no one in that department, Mr. President, has been held accountable. Not one person in government, when we know that department knew this money was going out and still continued to spend the money and send it out in the face of fraud. We saw it in the daycare welfare program. We saw it in the Medicaid program. We saw it in the Minnesota Rent Help program that's been chronicled and covered by the Office of the Legislative Auditor. Mr. President, fraud is rampant in our state government. We are creating a brand new state program that is going to have billions and billions of dollars in taxpayer money collected over the next decade. Billions of dollars. Now, as I read the bill, Mr. President, I don't see anything that really audits the use of these dollars and whether individuals are following the law or not. As a matter of fact, if someone's got a grandparent, or say they have a grandparent that lives in the state of New Hampshire, Mr. President, and they have a serious health condition as outlined in the bill, there is nothing following that state employee that wants to act in bad faith, Mr. President, and go to the state of Florida during the time that they are entertaining this paid leave program. There's nothing in the bill preventing that type of fraud. Do we think there's anybody in Minnesota that might do that, Mr. President? Yes, indeed we do, because we've seen it in the other programs, and we've seen our state government do nothing with the billions of dollars of taxpayer money. This amendment would provide that when the commissioner of the Department of Employment and Economic Development knows they have probable cause for fraud, that they're actually required by law to report it to the local law enforcement people in that jurisdiction. Members, I ask for your support for this amendment. Mr. President, I'd ask for a roll call on the amendment and ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Drazkowski yield for a question?
Senator Drazkowski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, so if they have probable cause that the person has fraudulently obtained benefits, they will report the matter to the county attorney for prosecution. So is there an investigation that takes place, or they're prosecuted right off the bat?
Senator Drazkowski, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, that's what local law enforcement does, is they go through an investigative process as part of their prosecution when they receive a referral.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Senator. We will accept the amendment.
Any additional discussion on the A9 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oh. Roll call was requested, roll call granted. Do you still want a roll call? Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the A9 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator French votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator McQuaid votes aye.
Senator McQuaid votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Drahan votes aye.
Senator Drahan votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There's 67 ayes and 0 noes. The A9 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Seeing none, the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 2, a bill for an act relating to employment, providing for paid family bonding and applicants' serious medical condition benefits.
Third reading. Any additional discussion on House File 2? Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. This bill has been through several committees, and I've heard it in a couple of other committees. And when it was in those committees, I felt it needed a lot of work, and I still think this bill needs quite a bit of work. This is going to put a lot of pressure on our small businesses. We've heard a lot of talk about how this is going to affect businesses and this and that, but I would just like to share a few of the letters that I have here about how this is going to impact people. And the first one I'd like to talk about is a letter from Jill from St. Cloud. And she goes on to say that she's thinking about many small businesses like hers that will be so negatively impacted by this bill. I've had my business for 18 years and I'm finding it harder to be profitable. This bill is not helping my motivation to have a business with employees in Minnesota. Another letter from Jeannie from Hastings, Minnesota. And she goes on to say, the printing industry has been in trouble for a very long time, finding workers that know how to operate our equipment. This would keep our employees out of work and would have no recourse to find replacement. Small business manufacturers would be devastated by this law if it passes. Here's another letter. And this one is from Michael from Wayzata. Our business is located in Minnesota. We do almost no business in Minnesota. If Minnesota continues to tax businesses and individuals at higher rates, we'll be moving out of Minnesota. If we and others move out, how do Minnesotans benefit with less businesses, less jobs, and less taxpayers? Members, don't make any difference what part of the state you're from. It doesn't make any difference which side of the aisle you're on. You just heard a summary of how people feel about this bill, especially the employers, and I know there's many employees that are not real excited about the bill because they think their rights are being taken away and that they're not offering the opportunity that they should have in making these decisions. I've owned small businesses over the years, and I know how important it is to have a program for retirement for your employees. But I also know that many employees also have those at this point and will continue to have those whether this bill passes or not. Well, I guess it would only be if the bill didn't pass, because if the bill passes, in many cases it'll be forced those businesses to get rid of their program and adopt this program. There were a few things said earlier today that just are not quite, they're just not the facts, and I think that those facts need to be corrected. We heard about how a insurance program would not work and about how people wouldn't sign up for it and this and that, and there'd be nobody watching over them, and they would be unregulated. Well, that is not correct. In Minnesota, we cannot do that program right now. The insurance companies cannot. But if they were allowed to do that, if there was a bill passed that would allow them to do that, they would be under the Department of Commerce, under the insurance portion of it. And they would be the ones that would be controlling them and regulating them, just like our current insurance industry. Our current insurance companies are regulated by the Department of Commerce, and this would be regulated also. So the information was given about how nobody would be there to control it and stuff. That's just not correct. It's a false statement, and I think it's unfortunate that we talk about things like that when we don't have the actual facts. And people always, a lot of times people hear what they believe instead of doing the research. So with that said, I think it's really unfortunate that this bill is in front of this body today with the effect it's going to have on our local businesses, large and small. So members, I would encourage a red vote on this bill. Let's take this back and let's get some things corrected on this bill, and let's get something that's going to work for our employers and our employees both.
Members, just a gentle reminder, we have a long list. So let me go to Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been an intense debate today, but I do want to acknowledge that something really fantastic took place on the Senate floor today. And that's that Democrats and Republicans came together to talk about the best ways we can expand access to paid family leave benefits in Minnesota. And I genuinely want to thank Senator Mann and before her, Senator Kent for bringing this issue to the forefront. And while we may disagree about the best way to accomplish our goals, I believe the lead author's intentions are genuine. But I also believe so are the concerns surrounding this bill. Today, we heard the largest representative of small businesses in the state be insulted, their concerns cast aside as disingenuous. Today, we are hearing the party of trust the experts turn their back on the experts and what they say this bill will do to mom and pop shops, not to mention what the experts say this will do to exacerbate the teacher shortage issue, the nursing home staffing crisis, and limit choice for existing plans. We've heard from Democrats before, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. But we just heard on the floor today that if your employees tell you they want to keep their plan of 8 weeks at full pay, you have to continue to offer 12 weeks at partial pay, supplement the plan for full pay to 8 weeks if you can afford to do so, and get government approval. That doesn't sound to me like if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. Today, small businesses and school leaders joined me at the Capitol to beg the Democrats to pause, to take this plan back to the drawing board, and to bring stakeholders to the table to find a workable solution. Each of these groups, as well as the Republican Party, agreed expanding access to paid family leave benefits is the right thing to do. But this plan before us today is not the right way to go about it. I firmly believe a win-win is possible. Expanding access to paid family leave benefits in a way that fills in the gaps without this massive new bureaucracy, one-size-fits-all mandate, and additional tax on hardworking Minnesotans. I believe we can do better. I believe profoundly in expanding access to paid family leave benefits, but the bad of this bill outweighs the good. I will be voting no, and continuing to reach out across the aisle and to all stakeholders in Minnesota to bring forth a workable solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have had a lot of talk about numbers on the floor today, around numbers of weeks, percentages of premiums, dollar amounts, and all of that is important. And I want to thank Senator Mann for all the incredible work that she has done on this bill to get those numbers and those details right, because that is important. I also want to thank the advocates and Minnesotans who have been pushing for this bill and fighting for this bill for years, because it has been a long time coming. And so while the numbers and the details and the workings of this bill are important, and thankfully we are in very good shape because of all the work that has gone into this, I want to refocus us around the humanity of this bill and what it will mean for Minnesotans and what it will mean for families across the state. As we're talking about leave, people being able, everyone being able to take time away from work to take care of themselves or their loved ones, this is often a time in people's lives when it is the best time of their life or the worst time of their life, a time when people are having babies or welcoming new family members into their home, or times when they are seeking treatment for cancer or other medical ailments, or taking care of people after a number of medical emergencies. And so I, again, want to thank Dr. Mann for her work on this bill, because I have been thinking about it a lot over the past year as I experienced the hardest time in my life. Just over a year ago, my son, who was 20 at the time, was in a motorcycle accident and was in the hospital for 2 months, was in a coma for 6 weeks, had more surgeries than I can count on one hand. And every day I was able to be there in the hospital with him, waiting for him to open his eyes, making decisions, talking to doctors. And every day I was there, I was grateful that I was able to be there. And I thought, what if I couldn't be here? What if I had to make the choice of being here or going to work so I could earn a paycheck to take care of my other kids as a single mom? No one should have to make that choice. And that's what's happening right now. That is the reality for many Minnesotans across the state. I can't imagine having to make that choice, and nobody should have to do that. So I am incredibly grateful for the work that has gone into this bill. I am incredibly enthusiastic to vote yes for this bill, and I encourage everyone to do the same.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of a private sector solution for sick and paid family leave. You know, it's a choice between government and the private sector, and the private sector has proved itself to be much more efficient and effective than what government has, and we've had explanations of where there's some waste, fraud, and abuse with the state of Minnesota. The other thing is we can incentivize it through the tax code to help businesses afford it, but the one-size-fits-all government mandate 99 times out of 100 doesn't work. It only causes more and more problems. I've gotten emails from my school district, in my district, county, city, and in addition to the private sector, on the cost that this will, impose on those areas. And they much rather do a negotiated deal that fits for their particular area. Again, let's incentivize them to do it. Let's not do a one-size mandate fits all. And again, I'm not saying the needs aren't there. I know they are. And I'd say the majority of the employer in the state of Minnesota is going to work with somebody if they have a tragic accident or sickness or some other type of situation. But here's a couple of letters I also got from individuals outside my district. So I've gotten just as many emails from outside my district as I have inside my district. Rick in Eden Prairie writes, our company already provides for paid leave. Better to let the market determine that benefit than a mandate, okay? Secondly, I got another email from somebody in Hastings. Cindy, the bill will kill my small mom and pop business in Minnesota. Please save us by voting no. And members, finally, another from Kimberly. She says, as a small business that is already impacted by shrinking workforce, this would most likely force us to close our doors. We cannot afford to double pay for labor. You know, in the Labor Committee, we had similar type testimonies from small business owners, that when you look at the overall impact of what we're passing in this legislative session, We're going to chase some employers out of the state, but we're also going to be closing a lot of small and mid-sized businesses who are trying to comply with all the things that we're passing in this particular legislative session. And if you want some evidence for that, a letter from NFIB says that, the states California and New York passed paid family medical leave, and they did not see their total workforce increase, which what we've heard as this bill's gone through committee. In fact, each state has seen a reduction of over 250,000 approximately employees in their state. So this is not a silver bullet or a magic bullet to increase worker protections. And again, it takes us in the wrong direction. We all support some form of paid and medical and family leave. The private sector will do it much better. If we look at MNsure also as just one additional example, I remember in the House we went through a number of committees and they were saying the administrative fee was going to be 0.5% or maybe 1.5%. And it might even go down as the volume built. Well, it's been at 3.5% since the start, and it hasn't gone down any, okay? So, the administrative fee here, although it's capped for a particular year, it can go up each year. And I think that's going to be another additional burden on the taxpayers and businesses of the state of Minnesota. Finally, members, when we look at the shortcomings of this bill compared to a private sector alternative, I would say if you vote for this bill and pass it, you're voting for the Obamacare of paid family and medical leave. If you like your health insurance premiums and skyrocketing, and you like your deductible skyrocketing, vote for this bill. It's the same philosophy, and it's going to equal the same type of results. It's going to do much more damage here in the state of Minnesota than what it'll help. Please vote no, and let's send it back and get a true reform that's private sector centered versus a one-size-all government mandate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I just want to thank Senator Mann and the entire coalition, the folks in the other chamber who have worked on this bill. This has been a long time coming. Experts have researched this. We've learned from other states who have passed this. And today, when we pass this bill, because I'm going to urge members to vote green, we can say that Minnesota cares about Minnesotans. We care about your families. We care about your health. And our budgets, which are moral documents, prove that. In Minnesota, if you're suffering from infertility, we want your health insurance to cover that. In Minnesota, we fully fund your schools. In Minnesota, your kids can eat at school. In Minnesota, you can take paid leave to bond with your baby. In Minnesota, you can take paid leave if your spouse is deploying. In Minnesota, you can take paid leave to recover from a broken leg to care for your dying parent. In Minnesota, we care, and our budgets prove it. I am so proud to be a member of this chamber today. I am so proud to be voting for this bill. We hear all the time about the enormous cost. That is a cost right now, Mr. President, that Minnesotans are bearing on their own. I'm an elder millennial. I'm 37 years old. I am right in that prime of life where myself and all of my friends are having babies. And the number of my friends who have had to quit their jobs when they have their children because they don't have paid leave is astronomical. One of my dearest friends in the world has adorable twin children. She had a C-section, she had postpartum preeclampsia, and she took all the unpaid leave she could afford, all of her sick time, all of her PTO, and she used it on her bed rest, and then she had to quit her job 2 weeks after she gave birth because she was required to either go back or lose her job. Now, people like her will have 12 weeks to recover from giving birth to bond with their children, and at least 10 weeks to be on the bed rest that she needed to be on because she had a risky pregnancy. This bill will transform lives. It's going to transform the health and well-being of Minnesotans. And so I want us to feel in the chamber today, for all the bluster about what's not going to happen, to feel what actually is going to happen. People are going to be able to get paid to take the time they need to recover from illness, giving birth, and to bond with their baby. They no longer have to choose between healing their cesarean or paying their rent. Both can happen at the same time. In Minnesota, we care. I am so proud to vote for this bill, Mr. President. I urge all members to vote green. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Mann would yield for a question.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mann, I was not on any of the committees that this bill traveled through, so the first time I saw it was here on the floor. So I spent this weekend reading the bill, and I came across on line 4.22 a reference to Section 40. So it reads, except as provided in Section 40, this section is effective July 1st of 2025. I didn't see a Section 40, so I'm just wondering if you can elaborate what that is referring to.
Senator Mann, to the question when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would have to dig through the bill to find it, so it's going to take a while. I could take this offline with Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can perhaps provide some guidance. I would direct her to page 64, which is the end of Article 1 and the last of the sections. And so if she would yield again.
Senator Mann, will you yield?
I do believe that it is important to not take this offline, but to get an answer as to, because it provides an exception to whatever is in Section 40. So, Mr. President, I think all members need to know before they vote what exactly is being accepted here.
Senator Lucero, that's your question, is that you want her to look at page 64? Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was there a question?
It's my understanding he wants to be sure that you're looking at page 64. Is that your question, Senator Lucero?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, on 64, which is where I would expect Section 40 to be, I don't see a Section 40, so I'm wondering what exactly is being accepted in this provision on line 4.22.
Senator Mann, to the question.
Again, Mr. President, I would have to look through the bill to find it, and I would be happy to do that and not take up the entire floor time.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, well, let's come back to that one then. I will give her some time to look at that, but I do have a series of questions, so perhaps some staff can assist her with that answer while I move on to the next question that I have, if she would yield.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Mann. Again, I did not have a chance to see this bill prior to here being on the floor, and so most of my questions are involving just clarity and understanding in the very provisions. So the next question I would have, I am looking at page 17 of the bill, and I am wondering if you can provide some clarity on line 17.11. It refers that the commissioner may use expedited rulemaking authority, and this is in section 6 of the bill, which is the establishment or the creation of the program. And so the question, Mr. President and Senator Mann, with the use, or I guess the question is why expedited rulemaking authority rather than standard rulemaking authority?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, what lines were you referring to?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the end of line 17.11, it refers to expedited rulemaking authority, granting that authority to the commissioner. I'm wondering what's the reasoning behind granting expedited rulemaking authority versus any kind of rulemaking authority to begin with, let alone standard rulemaking authority.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we added that language in there to make sure that we are standing up this program without any barriers. We have 2 years to do it. We want to make sure that we get it right.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, if I understood Senator Mann, she does speak a little bit fast, and I also speak fast, but I can appreciate that. But it was, I think what I heard her say is the reason for expedited rulemaking authority is to allow for getting it right. Well, I think the exact opposite would happen is because when you're developing a new program, it needs to be deliberative, it needs to be thoughtful, and there needs to be a slowing down, not a speeding up, because when you speed up, there are errors that form. And so, Mr. President, if she would yield for a question.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And can she just confirm then that this entire program, as she referenced, needs to be done in 2 years, that the first benefits then are going to be paid out? The entire system has to be complete by July 1st of 2025.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, so the goal of the bill is to have the program running by July of 2025 when we could start paying benefits and collecting premiums at the same time. So expedited rulemaking, again, just ensures that we're going to have everything in place to do that.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if she would yield for another question?
She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so on the topic of the new program creation, is this a new system that's being set up, meaning new software, new hardware, new infrastructure? I know that there's, it's my understanding from previous conversations that there are 400 new employees, but is the technology system behind this and the software that runs on the technology, is it all going to be new, or is there some additional, or I'm sorry, is there some existing infrastructure that's simply going to be expanded to be able to run this new program?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, we are not breaking new ground here, Senator. Unfortunately, we should be, but we're not. So a dozen states have implemented a PMFL program and have done that with the same technology work that we would be doing. So there's a robust market for PMFML solutions currently already out there. And this has been confirmed by Minute and Deed. They have requested information for the IT vendors. And so when we first proposed PFML many years ago, we were the pioneers. Unfortunately, it's taken us a very long time to get here today, and so now there's many commercial off-the-shelf software available. So we are not going to be building anything up from the ground up.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I heard a somewhat conflicting answer if she would yield for another question.
Senator Mann will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Mann. So there is existing technology that may exist in the market, as you just said, but is there technology currently in use within state government, meaning from state government's perspective, is this going to be the establishment of a new system that has to be acquired, brought in, stood up, brought online?
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, we do not have a PFML program in Minnesota right now, so we will have to bring in a system. Again, these systems already exist. We will have to bring one to Minnesota to set that up.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And if she would yield for another question.
Senator Mann will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the time, before I move on to my next series of questions, I wanted to see if the staff has been able to assist her in getting an answer to Section 40. Maybe she can just nod to you because I can't see her. Otherwise, I can continue to move on.
Senator Mann.
We need more time, Mr. President.
Senator Mann, I believe that he was asking if you had a chance to get the answer to what Section 40 is that you reference in the bill. Is that the question? Senator Mann.
We have not.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then I'll continue to move on, and I'm hoping that staff is researching that because I am going to come back to that because I definitely think it's important and valuable for us to have the answer to that. And I will highlight why, actually. Because I referenced the initial spot that I saw it on line 4.22, but the reference to Section 40 not only appears on line 4.22, but it appears a total of 30 times in the bill, 30 times. Line 18.12, line 21.7, line 21.12, line 25.12, line 27.3, line 27.29, line 29.27, line 34.31, line 41.28, line 43.25, line 44.1, line 46.12, line 46.19, line 48.30, line 49.26, line 50.7, line 50.19, line 50.30, line 52.20, line 53.14, line 54.11, line 54.22, line 59.14, line 59.20, line 60.23, line 61.25, line 62.12, line 62.22, and finally, Mr. President, line 63.13. So it's referenced 30 times. So we definitely need to get an answer. It's not something that's just a passive verbiage. So I appreciate that assistance.
Senator Lucero, I think she's standing for to answer the question. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we are on the 8th engrossment of the bill, and many sections have been added and deleted. And this has been a numbering error. It's supposed to reference section 38, which just references of when we can start the program.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you. So I didn't hear what, I heard section 38, but I didn't hear what else she had referenced. So it's supposed to reference section 38. So I'm just quickly turning here to page 64, which I presume section 38 is, it may begin online or starting July 1st of 2025. Okay, so we're on third reading on this, so I don't know how do we amend this, because it now references after we amended, there's still, even after the amendment that was adopted earlier in the conversation, still isn't a section 40. So there's a numbering error, and I find that very ironic, Mr. President, because at 12:26 p.m. today, Mr. President, 12:26 p.m., Senator Mann stated, quote, "This bill has been thoroughly vetted," unquote. I find that hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that there are 30 references in the bill, among other problems in the bill. There are 30 references in the bill that don't reference anything. That, to me, is the opposite of thorough vetting. But I will move on to my next series of questions, if Senator Mann would yield.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She said she will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 17.21, it's titled Information Technology Services Equipment. The department, referencing DEED, is exempt from the provisions in section 16F.016 for the purposes of this chapter. Why is that something that needed to be exempted?
Senator Mann to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will also note that, renumbering sections generally falls to the staff that is incredibly busy at this time of the year. And so for us to speak disparagingly of the research staff, I want us to be careful. So as far as that section, the 16E.01 talks about the responsibility for information technology equipment, and we exempt them for that because we want to make sure that we can stand up the program quickly and without barriers, again, ensuring timely implementation. This language was taken from the Frontline Worker Program, which we all know was done very successfully, and of course, this language does sunset.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not disparaging any staff. I am disparaging the process by which Democrats are ramming through terrible bills. They've had the opportunity, you, Mr. President, and the majority have had the opportunity this weekend to put together corrections. It is the expectation that the chief author understands the bill, is familiar with it, and has cleared up any deficiencies before it's ready for prime time on the Senate floor. That is not, my comment is not a direction at staff. It is a comment directed at the Democrat majority. As to the reference on 17.21. So this is statute, Minnesota statute 16E.016, Mr. President and members. And what is being exempted here in the establishment of this new technology program that the state presently does not have is the Chief Information Officer is responsible for providing or entering into managed services contracts for the provision, improvement, and development of the following information technology systems and services. And there's a whole list there, all dealing with technology. So in other words, the bill before us is going to exempt the very commissioner, the Chief Information Officer, whose job is to understand technology. We're going to, under this bill, exempt that person from the decisions and familiarity with technology and instead empower the Commissioner of Deed to make those decisions. Under the auspices of doing things hastily or speedily or expeditiously. Mr. President, you and I both know, and the members of this body understand, that when things are done in a rush, that is how mistakes are made. This is not the way that this should be done, by exempting the Chief Information Officer from technology making decisions and instead giving the Commissioner of Deed that decision-making authority. I would next, Mr. President, draw members' attention to line 17.24. It doesn't end at that exemption. There's a whole list of exemptions here, beginning on line 17.23. For purposes of administrating this chapter until July 1st of 2025, the department, which is Deed, is exempt from the requirements of sections, and it lists 1, 2, 3, 4 separate cross-references in Minnesota statutes. So what I did is I went through and I wanted to know exactly what is this bill exempting. Because I can't believe that there are statutes in law in Minnesota that aren't there for a good reason. So to exempt them is likely a bad idea. And my suspicion was confirmed. So the first in that list, it is exempting chapter 16A.15 subdivision 3. I pulled that up and it reads, an obligation may not be incurred against any fund, allotment, or appropriation unless the commissioner has certified sufficient unencumbered balance or the accounting system shows sufficient allotment. In other words, don't spend money unless the money is there. Is there an anticipation that there will be a spending of money because it's going to cost more than what is envisioned? And therefore, by exempting this section, it is going to allow the Commissioner of Deed to spend money and put taxpayers on the hook that are going to have to be backfilled. There's a long precedent, Mr. President, in the state of Minnesota and a negative history of technology systems. I need only look at MNLARS. There are many others, but let's look at MNLARS. MNLARS was a system that was under development for a decade, and it cost taxpayers $130 million that did not work. And it was eventually scrapped, gone. When we have expedited rulemaking authority and exemptions in this bill, I am very concerned about the fiduciary responsibility the legislature has in the spending of taxpayer dollars. I can guarantee mistakes are going to be made, especially when it comes to technology making decisions, and especially when specifically the Chief Information Officer is exempted from even being involved. That does not make any sense. The next cross-reference, Chapter 16B.97. The entirety of this is exempt. And it reads, the commissioner shall provide leadership and direction for policy related to grants management in Minnesota in order to foster, and I'm skipping forward, what is it that the commissioner should foster? It makes sense. Greater program accountability and transparency. We would want that with the administration of grants and the awarding of any taxpayer dollars to contractors or anybody outside the state of Minnesota. We would absolutely want to ensure accountability and transparency. It's right there in subdivision 2 of Chapter 16B.97 that the Democrat majority is explicitly seeking to exempt. Democrats do not want accountability nor transparency. There's no other way to put it. There's no mincing words. Democrats know that this is a rushed attempt to ram through a system that is not going to work. It's going to be incredibly expensive, and Democrats absolutely do not want any accountability or transparency. Hence the explicit exemption from that in the bill. I go to the next one. I'm reading on line 17.25 now. Chapter 16B.98, subdivisions 5, 7, and 8 are exempted. Well, Mr. President, what do we think is in those subdivisions? Well, I took the time to look it up. And I turn your attention, Mr. President, to subdivision 7 of Chapter 16B.98. And it reads, audit. I'm sorry, it reads grant payments. The next one down is subdivision 8, which reads audit. Democrats exempting this subdivision. And it reads, a grant agreement made by an executive agency must include an audit clause that provides that the books, records, documents, and accounting procedures and practices of the grantee or other party that are relevant to the grant or transaction are subject to examination by the granting agency and either the legislative auditor or the state auditor. In other words, an audit trail. Mr. President, when I was a member of the former body, there was a number of pieces of legislation that came through. I and my colleague, Representative Peggy Scott, would always ask the question, is an audit trail required? Why is an audit trail required? Well, it goes to what the Democrats were attempting to exempt in the previous provision. Audit trails ensure accountability and transparency. But Democrats are seeking to eliminate an audit trail. Amazing. Mr. President, would Senator Mann yield for a question?
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Mann. Why do you want to eliminate or exempt accountability, transparency, and an audit trail in your bill?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this language with these exemptions makes sure that DEED can hire their own company to implement the system, and they don't have to go through Minute. It gives them the leverage, or the latitude, I should say, to go through other companies, which is what the GOP asked for earlier. And so you asked for something, we put it in the bill, and now you're yelling about how we shouldn't have put it in the bill. Quite frankly, Mr. President, I can't keep up.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. She may not have heard my earlier comments. I haven't seen this bill in committee. This is the first time I'm seeing it. So I haven't said anything or offered any comments or any amendments on previous versions or engrossments of the bill. And she just referenced bypassing technology. Well, she's referencing the first exemption, which is on line 17.21 and 17.22, referencing the Chief Information Officer. She's not referencing the other things I'm talking about right now. If she would yield for another question.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Mann. There is on line 17.22 your exemption from the Chief Information Officer. But that's not what I'm asking for in this question. What I'm asking right now is on 17.24 and 17.25, where you're explicitly eliminating or exempting the requirement for accountability, transparency, and an audit trail. Why are you doing that?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I've already answered your question. And again, I will say that this is language from the Frontline Worker Program, which was the first frontline worker program stood up in the nation, and it was done wildly successfully. And so we took that language because we want this program to be wildly successful also.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. A system can be established and brought online with an audit trail in place. A system can have an audit trail that ensures accountability and transparency in the decision-making and in the awarding of grants. It can still be done. Decisions can be made expeditiously per your time frame of approximately 2 years. That can be done with accountability and transparency. If, Mr. President, the argument is decisions cannot be done expeditiously, but for behind closed doors, out of the view of the public, out of the view of accountability and transparency, if that's the way that Democrats operate and are arguing, then that demonstrates that this bill should not be passed. If it can only be implemented with decisions made behind closed doors, out of the view of the public, there is no other reason that this bill should be voted down but for that. But there are other reasons. But, Mr. President, let me make it very clear. Senator Mann didn't answer my question. My question is, why are they explicitly exempting the requirement for an audit so that in the future there will be the opportunity to ensure accountability if needed? Why would you eliminate the requirement in state law of an audit trail? Right now we're in the midst of another project, Southwest Light Rail, exploding in costs, and there is bipartisan concern for that. How are we able to have visibility into the failures of Southwest Light Rail? Because the Democrats did not exempt the requirement for an audit trail. Transparency and accountability are still in play. And it was, I believe, the legislative auditor that went and took an examination to audit the history of the decision-making behind Southwest Light Rail as it pertains to the delays and to the explosion of costs. So there is, right now, we're in the middle of that happening. Why would we want to set ourselves up with another system that would eliminate the ability to perform that audit trail or that investigation? Again, I will reiterate, Mr. President, Senator Mann refused to answer my question why the Democrat majority is trying to hide and skirt away from transparency and accountability. But I will move on because I don't think there is an answer for that. So I would draw members' attention to Chapter 16C, which is also being exempted on line 17.25. I went and I printed that. I want to see what does the Democrat majority seek to exempt? Well, there's a bunch of stuff. So it is the entirety of Chapter 16C. And I need only turn to page 6. And Mr. President, what do you think is on page 6? Page 6 reads, ethical practices and conflicts of interest. The Democrat majority, not only do they want to get away from accountability and transparency, but they want to act in a manner that doesn't require ethical practices or avoiding conflicts of interest. Why would you do that? Subdivision 2, the commissioner must develop policies regarding code of ethics and conflict of interest designed to prevent conflicts of interest for employees involved in the acquisition of goods, services, construction and utilities, or the award and administration of grant contracts. Good governance, Mr. President, is ensuring a strong and robust code of ethics and the avoidance of conflict of interest. I have been in my professional career for well over 2 decades. I have been at well over 24 employers in that time, probably close to 36 as a contractor myself in the technology space and other industries. Let me just put on my real estate hat. For those real estate agents, Mr. President, we have to abide by a code of ethics in our practices, in our decision-making, in our day-to-day operations. So whether it be real estate agent, whether it be general contractor, building contractor, whether it be as technology professional, whether it be as an elected representative, a code of ethics and acting in ethical practices is something that we should uphold, not create exemptions for. Mr. President, why are Democrats trying to skirt away from ethical practices? Let's turn the page. If I look at Chapter 16C.051, right now in state law, there is a provision that prohibits contracts with Russia. Why are Democrats seeking to exempt that prohibition? Why do Democrats want to allow the state of Minnesota to do business with Russia? Why is that? Let me guess. If I were to ask Senator Mann to yield, she likely would say, I've already answered the question. Or she would say, in order to accomplish this rollout in the next 2 years. So in other words, Democrats need to avoid transparency, avoid accountability, act unethically, and avoid conflicts of interest, and potentially do business with Russia in order to roll out this new technology system. What is going on with the Democrat majority in the state of Minnesota? Let's turn the page. Chapter 16C.053, conflicts with vendors who discriminate against Israel prohibited. Do you know what BDS is, Mr. President? I do. And I'm sure most in this body have and do. Boycott, divestiture, and sanctions is what the acronym BDS stands for. I was a member of the House of Representatives when we passed this into law. In fact, there's a little notation here in the Minnesota Statutes chapter 2017. I was proud to vote in favor of this because I do not want the state of Minnesota to do business or have contracts with the enemies of Israel. But yet Democrats want to exempt that. Democrats, per the provision in this bill, are okay with contracts and money flowing to the enemies of Israel who seek to harm Israel through boycott, divestiture, and sanction. Why are Democrats exempting this prohibition in Minnesota law? Let's keep going. But wait, Mr. President, there's more. I look at 16C.087 that Democrats are seeking to exempt. An agency must, and this is subdivision 2, an agency must rank contractors on the basis of qualifications. Seems pretty common sense. We would want all contractors by which the state of Minnesota potentially would do business with and might respond to RFPs that are put out to be able to be evaluated based on their qualification. It goes on, though, flipping the page over to subdivision 4. So after the qualifications have been established, the agency, in this case the Commissioner of Deed, and the highest ranked contractor, right, so that assumes qualifications of the contractor, those that have replied to the RFP have been ranked, shall mutually discuss and refine the scope of services for the project and shall negotiate conditions, including but not limited to compensation and performance schedule based on the scope of the services. Why are Democrats exempting this common sense language in Minnesota statutes? Why would we not want to have a clear performance schedule? Mr. President, I've been in the technology space for a long time. I have worked on many engagements with many technology rollouts. And it doesn't matter if it's off the shelf. It doesn't matter if it's an existing vendor. I've deployed Cisco systems, Juniper systems, Microsoft systems. These are all, as Senator Mann said, off the shelf. I'll tell you what, to say that it's off the shelf and therefore can just be rolled out is a demonstration of lack of experience or knowledge in this area. There are incredible decisions that are going to need to be made in rolling out this technology. How is it going to be protected? Who is going to access it? What is the reliability time? What are the backups? What is the retention schedule of those backups? Is there an encryption in place for data at rest being stored? Is there encryption for data in motion as it's being transmitted? Is there encryption for data being processed? Those are the three forms of data: in transit, being processed, or at rest. And as I look at this bill, I see multiple places that are referencing the uploading of data. It's called certification. The process here under this Democrat bill, they're certifying the qualification for the benefit. And that includes uploading of sensitive information, PII and PHI, among other things. I saw birth certificates in there. This is all very sensitive information. And yet, the Democrats are seeking to explicitly exempt and not have to abide by selecting vendors that are ranked based on their qualifications. Why would you do that? Why, Mr. President, do Democrats not want to ensure performance schedules or rank based on qualifications? Let me guess. If I were to ask Senator Mann to yield, she would say she already answered the question. Let me turn the page. Subdivision 6A. It's titled Veteran-Owned Small Businesses. We have a provision in state statute that reads in part, the commissioner shall award up to 6% preference on state procurement to certified small businesses that are majority owned and operated by veterans. Mr. President, why are Democrats seeking to exempt having to do business with veterans? Why would that be? I would think that we would want to honor our veteran-owned small businesses, not the Democrat majority. The Democrat majority has explicit language to not have to do business. In fact, Mr. President, not only do Democrats not want to have to do business with veteran-owned small businesses, they want to do business with Russia and the enemies of Israel. Unbelievable. But wait, Mr. President, there's more. As I continue turning the page here, I look at, this is letter G of subdivision 6. Letter G of subdivision 6 reads, the design builder and the commissioner shall enter into a guaranteed maximum price contract. Mr. President, there's a long history in the state of Minnesota of technology systems exploding in costs in the development, rollout, acquisition, etc. Long history. Do Democrats believe that's going to happen again as history repeats itself? There is no new thing under the sun, especially when Democrats are seeking to avoid transparency and accountability and an audit trail. Why would Democrats explicitly seek to exempt a guaranteed maximum price contract? Because, Mr. President, this system in this Democrat bill is going to explode in cost, just as Southwest Light Rail did. It is going to explode in cost. And if this provision were adhered to, the Democrats would not be able to get their socialist dream to come to pass. And therefore, Democrats exempt. Well, I moved on to subdivision 7. Build design, or design build, and price-based proposals. Number 1 of subdivision 7 that Democrats seek to exempt reads, selection must be based on best value, which includes an evaluation of price and design. That is common sense. There isn't anything controversial, partisan about that provision in state law. I'll read it again. Selection must be based on best value, which includes an evaluation of price and design. Why are Democrats seeking to exempt decision-making that's based on best value? Because Democrats understand that this system is going to devastate families across this state by taxing them. It's going to explode in costs, and Democrats are going to come back in a future legislature when the prices exploded, demanding more money, and if there isn't money, it's going to require tax increases. Let's move along, Mr. President. Continuing on in the bill, I've already referenced certification. I've already referenced protected health information, personally identifiable information, all which will be contained within the documents and information that need to be uploaded to the state. Some of the questions that I've already asked are, how will the data be protected? How long will the data be retained? Is there a retention schedule? Or will this protected private information simply be retained by the state in perpetuity? I remember the headlines back when I think it was the summer before I was first elected. So this would have been in approximately 2014 timeframe. It would have been the year before, in 2013. The rollout of Obamacare in Minnesota, MNsure, the Minnesota version of Obamacare. What was one of the first headlines, Mr. President, do you remember? data breach right off the bat. Do you remember that, Mr. President? When a list of information, personally identifiable information in a brand new technology system was disclosed. How does that happen, Mr. President? I'll tell you how. It's when mistakes are made because the decision makers are trying to rush through and do things quickly. That's how things are overlooked, things are missed, and data breaches occur. And with the expedited rulemaking authority in this bill and the explicit objective to eliminate transparency, accountability, audit trails, codes of ethics, conflicts of interest, it is shocking that any member of this body would be able to vote green, because this bill could still be accomplished with adhering to a code of ethics. This system could still be rolled out by avoiding conflicts of interest. It could still be rolled out by having transparency and accountability in place. Mr. President, I would draw your attention to line 53.16 on the topic of audit trails, Mr. President. In fact, I'll see if Senator Mann would yield for a question.
Senator Mann is not on the floor, Senator Lucero.
Wow. Okay, I can wait. I can wait. The chief author of the bill should absolutely be on the floor. In section 28, it's titled, guess what, Mr. President? Audits. And in line 53.12, it reads, for the purposes of administering this chapter, the commissioner has the power to audit, examine, or cause to be supplied or copied any books, correspondence, papers, records, or memoranda that are the property of or in the possession of an employer or any other person at any reasonable time, and as often as may be necessary, subpoenas may be issued. So there's section 28, which explicitly grants the Commissioner of Deed the power to audit businesses in perpetuity, using the language as often as may be necessary. Well, in order to audit, there needs to be an audit trail. There needs to be a paper trail. And that's why all of these items here are included: books, correspondence, papers, records, or memoranda. Mr. President, it's my understanding that Senator Mann is back. Would Senator Mann yield for a question?
Did you ask for Senator Mann to yield for a
Yes,
question?
please.
Senator Mann, will you yield? She will yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mann. Senator Mann, earlier I mentioned that there's an explicit exemption that an audit trail doesn't need to exist on the government half of this equation. But why do you have then an audit trail that is mandated and can be exercised by the Commissioner of Deed on the business side of the equation?
Senator Mann, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry I stepped off to get a drink of water, which I'd be happy to get you some too, Senator Lucero, if you need a break. So first, a few things that you said earlier. You talked about 16C. This is exempted from the procurement process. It is not exempted from the build-out of the program going forward. Again, this provision sunsets, and so the bill and the program will be audited, and we will not be colluding with Russia or going off to Israel or whatever else was said, because that just got a little out of hand there. And of note, this is going to be the most scrutinized program in state history, folks. We're not going to stand up this program and walk away from it. And so these arguments are just, they're just kind of silly, quite frankly. And so there is going to be audit on both sides of the equation, Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would note she did not answer the question. There can't be an audit when you have an exemption for the materials required for an audit. Procurement was mentioned, Mr. President. Let me use an analogy to something I've already referenced, and that is the Southwest Light Rail. Procurement is the equivalent to the build-out. In other words, to stand up this technology system, that is the procurement process. It's the build-out process. And that's what I'm referencing. So right now, it would be the equivalent if there was an exemption in Southwest Light Rail that prevented any audit trail of the decision-making as it pertains to the procurement of Southwest Light Rail. And if that exemption was in place for Southwest Light Rail, we would not be able to hold anybody accountable because there would be nothing to audit. And so this exemption, it doesn't matter what happens after the system is established. I am directly referencing that period of time and the decisions made for standing up the system to begin with. That's why I make the statement, Mr. President, Senator Mann failed to answer the question. I'm talking about the period of time of procurement. So to state that the exemptions only pertain to procurement, well, exactly. Mr. President, I'm turning to the last dog ear that I have. And guess what, Mr. President? We've already discussed this part. So, Mr. President, in conclusion, as a small business owner myself, as an employee myself, as one who operates and interacts with good people across this state in many different areas of life with many different unique challenges in their lives, whether it be children, whether it be medical issues, whether it be the celebration of new life, whatever the issues might be. I am in full support of people being able to make decisions that are best for themselves as it pertains to medical leave and family leave. And that can be accomplished, and there are solutions for it. But, Mr. President, the Democrat majority continues to ignore the 49% of Minnesota that voted against Senate Democrats. Doesn't want to hear the very viable alternatives that would empower individuals and families, that wouldn't crush our businesses across our great state, or should I say, once great state, that would allow for all of these things to be accomplished. But Democrats always look for the spending of more money, the reducing of accountability, the hiding of transparency, the growing of government in order to provide solutions. And without fail, Mr. President, they always cost more, take longer, and fail to accomplish the stated objective. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow, sometimes the more words a person uses, the less they actually say. And passionate words making specious arguments don't,
Mr. President,
don't mean much.
Senator Pratt, for what purpose do
Mr.
you rise?
President, that was clearly a shot at Senator Lucero, and I think it's unbecoming of the Senate and our decorum.
I didn't hear the latter part of what you said, but I can glean from where you started. Members, let's just be thoughtful. Senator Martin.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Mann and the entire large coalition of organizations and individuals in the Paid Family Medical Leave Coalition or advocacy movement. They've been fighting for something we've needed for years. Some will say that, well, the private sector will take care of it, but that's what we've got now. When Senator Bolden earlier talked about how grateful she was for having it through her employer, I think we've all heard from so many people with a child, trying to bond with them or take care of health care needs, or helping their parents in hospice care, or whatever need. There's so many needs out there, and so many people don't have it under a private market, and that's why we need this. This is something that's good for employees, desperately needed for employees, and it is urgent. There can be plenty of kids who need their parents to be around after their birth in the next year. Plenty of people who need care for themselves and chemo and other things. We need it now. I just want to say thanks to Senator Mann and the coalition. This is a wonderful bill you've been working on. I understand people may find fault with technical glitches in the bill that are being worked out right now, but thank you for your leadership on this. Minnesotans desperately need this, and I urge your support.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few things to say, but I want to start by just correcting a few things we've heard. You know, this isn't some ill-thought-out, fast-rushed bill. My predecessor, Senator Susan Kent, carried this for many years, and then Senator Mann picked up that torch. And I have seen her work on this so hard from the start, going to committees, working with different groups. And this just isn't a Democratic policy either. It's unfortunate that some Republicans have made it clear they're going to vote against this when 80% of Minnesotans support this, including about 70% of Republicans when polls are done. This is a bipartisan issue. This is what all of our constituents want by a majority. And yet some people still want to deny people those basic human rights of medical care and having financial support. So I have a couple things to say to this. First, I have used this before in another state. As you know, I traumatically lost a pregnancy, and I was allowed to almost bleed to death. That wasn't something I planned. People don't take paid family medical leave because it's some scheme to get a free paycheck. They take it because there's an emergency. And on top of it, I was tremendously lucky in a horrible situation to be in a situation where I also didn't have vast medical bills. A lot of people who have emergency medical care have medical bills and no paid leave, and they have to be gone regardless. So in that month where I could hardly stand up and walk a couple steps without literally fainting because I'd lost so much blood, I could not go to work. And so the fact that I had paid family medical leave because I was working in New York at the time helped pay my bills. And that is what this is for. This is for everyone. One of these emergencies can happen to everyone, but let's be honest. You know who this allows to engage better in the workplace? Women. Let's just say it. Because overwhelmingly, the people that have to take care of an aging relative are usually women. The people that have maternity leave, typically women, or a pregnancy complication, and then there's all the other things. This results in more women being able to be in the workplace. And we've heard, oh, we don't have enough workers, we don't have enough workers. If we support our workers, more workers can be engaged in the workplace. I've also heard a lot of people who I'm guessing are going to vote against this today lament the poor single mothers when they're trying to use it as an excuse to vote against something. I heard that in carbon neutral by 2040. The energy costs, the poor single mothers. I'm the single mother in this house. I'm the only single mother with minor children, with small children. And you know what? When I was working in the civilian world, if something happened, this is the type of thing I need to take care of my children. This is what helps single mothers. If you say you support single mothers, this is what you need to be supporting. I would also like to thank Senator Mann for making the definition of family inclusive in this. This applies to people like me who are foster parents. If your child ages out, to still be able to care for them because they are still your child. To people who have different family units, because families come in all shapes and sizes, to be able to allow us to take care of the people we love, who we consider family. Also with an impact to women, especially when women can take that time off after pregnancy and get medical care, a 51% decrease in re-hospitalization after giving birth. And finally, y'all know I love children. This helps mothers be able to breastfeed, which leads to a healthier outcome to children if they can take that time off. For both mothers and fathers and anyone else that might be the person considered family, bonding leads to increased brain development for the child if people can take that time off. The children are more likely to get regular medical checkups in that period, which can early identify issues. And it leads to lower mortality rates in our children. This is the right thing to do. Most of the industrial world is already doing this. Our families deserve it, our workers deserve it, our children have better outcomes. I will be voting green, and I hope everyone else will as well. Thank you.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another sad day in Minnesota with another massive mandate coming to a location near you. The bill is extremely concerning to our businesses, schools, and local governments. When I get back to my area, my district, that's all I hear about is the concern over a huge mandate. Now, we have heard conversations today about a private sector version, which many of us support and feel that would be ideal for our state. I have participated a lot in that over the last year or two. I was part of a panel out in Washington, D.C. last fall with the American Council of Life Insurers. I participated in that panel, and we got to discuss the options of the privatized version. We heard today about standing this up quickly. There is nothing like going with the private version to stand it up quickly. We just need to authorize the Department of Commerce to let this product be sold. Our current life insurance agents would be the ones that would sell this. The same people that sell us our short and long-term disability could now sell the paid family medical leave policy. It's the perfect way to do this. I've also carried the Model Act language that got passed at the national level with NCOIL. I was the sponsor of that. So I've been very familiar with this whole process. This private version gives businesses options, gives them choices. It's a tool in their toolbox when it comes to employment. Use it to retain and recruit new employees. It fits a lot of businesses. It doesn't fit them all. But we need to leave that choice in the hands of those who run these businesses. I had a small retail business. It wouldn't have worked for me. As a business owner, we definitely care about our employees. They are the most important asset we have, and we need them. But we need the communication between employee and employer. When we're in areas where we have to make a full year's income in 4, or maybe 5 months if it's a really good year. We need to have that connection between the employees and, to the best of our ability, make sure they're around. A lot of our small businesses, and I had one, that you just couldn't pull somebody off the street and expect them to be at full production in a few days, a week, even a month. There's a lot to learn when it comes to all the different things we would do in that store. And that's why we keep talking about we need to use this through the private sector, where we keep those options, we keep those communication lines open so that the employer and employee are working together on this. With what I see, the way this could work, and we hope that it doesn't go that way in all instances, but somebody could at the last minute request their time off. This type of program does nothing but transfer the workload to your most loyal employees, those that are going to be there pretty much no matter what. We all know those. We've all had them. Many of us have been that employee that didn't take the days off. We worked through whatever came up because we believed in what we were doing. Hiring is going to be harder. Just the conversations I had this past weekend when I was home. You've got to make sure that the people you're hiring are actually going to be there. And you've got to make sure that you're going to have that open line of communication so that they are going to have buy-in to what you're trying to do. Again, we just can't have people walking off at any time and say, I'll be back in 3 months. That just doesn't work. Even though we're all very concerned about the health, well-being, and everything that comes along with our employees and their families, etc., but we need to make sure that that's a two-way conversation and not just the employer on the receiving end of what could be some bad news. Finally, I've seen in parts of the state, and others have too, newspaper headlines that read, will the senator represent the district or the party? That's concerning and something to think about. Lastly, this mandated plan is a very bad idea. Please vote red.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With each of my kids, I had to go back to work at around 3 weeks, still bleeding, still in stitches, still with lift restrictions, back working at Caribou, Macy's, early mornings, late nights. I couldn't do more than 3 weeks off because I couldn't afford to take any more time off. So tell me how any of the Republican solutions that I've heard today would have helped me or the businesses that I worked for. I still had to take time off. They still needed to fill my shift. And sure, they would have to pay 0.35% in a payroll tax, but I'm paying the other 0.35% out of my paycheck. And I also get to heal before I go to work. I didn't have time to call my senator or email my rep. I was working night shifts, early mornings. I was taking care of my kids. And most workers are like I was. They don't have time to do email blasts. They're literally raising their kids. They're holding up our economy. The workers are who I am thinking about. We talk about a work shortage. This doesn't create more leave. People already need that time off. This makes sure they can take that time off that they need during their most vulnerable moments and return to their job as soon as they can. And by the way, if I have a baby or emergency surgery, it doesn't mean I'm a disloyal employee. It means I had emergency surgery or a baby. We talk about private plans. Tell me how a para working at your school for $16 an hour is now supposed to afford yet another private insurance plan. We heard about small businesses and who's going to stand up for them. Senator Mann. She accepted 2 of my amendments in Jobs Committee. Those amendments specifically help small businesses deal with unexpected circumstances, especially the mom and pop stores. And lobbyists for businesses, they have plenty of time, lots of resources, and the budget to manufacture fear and misinformation to fight this. And for what? So workers lose an opportunity to take care of themselves or their families? This bill benefits businesses by reducing turnover. It boosts productivity. It helps to level the playing field so these stores and businesses can stay competitive with other businesses. And to circle back to my story, this also increases women's participation in the workforce and supports economic security. But I'm going to go back to the workers. They don't have the time, the resources, or the budget to speak out for a policy that they desperately need. This is a bill that builds an economy that works for all Minnesotans. Please vote green.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we've had quite a discussion today, and I would just add a few points to that. Number one, employees are the lifeblood of all of our businesses, just like they're the lifeblood of people right here in this people's house. So let's make sure that we do have adequate, good, paid medical leave for, excuse me. Sorry about that. So let's make sure that we do have a good paid family medical leave. And in fact, of course, we know the federal government has also recognized this years ago, and we have paid family medical leave. I needed to use that at one time when I was teaching. I was glad to have that. But the problem is the program that we're looking at today, the bill that's in front of us today, falls far short of what Minnesotans deserve. First, it creates a bloated government program. Did you know that the bill before us today funds 400 new state employees, complete with benefits, paychecks, all paid for, by the way, with that new payroll tax that's going to hit every employee and every employer? That is a problem. And the bill just is not ready. We just heard on the floor from the senator from Vandas Heights about offering an amendment that was accepted in the Jobs Committee. Well, Mr. President, I was in that Jobs Committee, along with you as the chair, and you will remember that discussion. I said, okay, you are reducing the premiums, you're reducing the tax that small businesses would have to pay, that new payroll tax. And my question was, well, if you are reducing the tax, which is the premiums, basically, are you reducing the benefits? And the senator said, no. That is just one small example of what is wrong with this bill. It is not actuarially sound, members. There has not been an actuarial study to determine if the costs, the premiums associated with the product will be sufficient to pay for the product. It's one of the first rules in insurance is you have to properly assess the risk and make sure that the premiums are enough to pay for the costs. And what we are seeing today is this bill is not actuarially sound. So while it might be a 0.7% payroll tax today, the concern is what is it going to look like tomorrow? It is not actuarially sound. And then let's talk a minute about how this is going to impact our schools. For example, my largest school district, the Rochester School District, sent me a letter telling me that it would cost them just this one provision, members, just this one well-intended provision will cost the Rochester Public Schools $565,000. And their note was, we will need to reduce staff to balance this budget. Is that really the intention of this bill? I would not think so. Let's look at one of my smallest school districts, the Triton School District. They also sent a letter just speaking to this new payroll tax, this new expense to pay the payroll tax while supporting paid family leave. The smaller school district of Triton said this will cause undue harm and unintended consequences for our school district. They further said that it will limit our ability to provide other important resources and services to our students. We may be forced to reduce staff or cut back on other programs to afford this new expense. Now that is just this new expense. I'm not even talking about all the other mandates that have been put on our schools. Let's hear from the Byron school system. Just paid family medical leave, nothing else, just this one bill, will be $57,716 to the Byron schools. Casson Manorville, $139,000. So members, we may talk about things that we need to do here, and we are all in support of paid family medical leave. But this proposal is not ready. It is going to cost Minnesotans more than what even the taxes are on the product. And what's really kind of insidious about this is our school districts are not even able to say, we need more money to pay for these expenses. Specifically, they cannot levy for these expenses. But let's talk about our cities and our counties. What have they said? Well, they will have to provide this new payroll tax as well, this new additional benefit. And they have figured out it's basically going to increase their levy, the amount of taxes that they collect at both the county level, about 1%. So you can go home and you can see how much your county level levies each year and add 1% to that. I can tell you it's a pretty big number. The same thing with our cities. Our cities also will be providing this to their city employees. And again, they anticipate that will increase the city levy by 1%. Go home and look at your city budgets and see how much more 1% is. And what does that word levy mean? That means they have to go to the taxpayers. How do we pay for those taxes? Property taxes. So it is a property tax increase as well. So members, there is a better way. And we've talked about that today. There are tax credits. Well, first of all, let me start with the new insurance product. The new disability insurance product that, as Senator Uckey mentioned, some states are beginning to offer. We should be one of those states. We should look at the National Model Act. If you know about insurance, you know about the National Model Act. But it is true, those insurance policies cost dollars. Maybe, and quite frankly, maternity is one of the most expensive paid family leave concerns, something that is critically important. But allowing businesses to purchase those new products would be incredibly helpful. And that's where tax credits come in. Tax credits, non-refundable tax credits, to the employees who are not yet offering this needed paid family leave would be incredibly helpful. And what about for the employees, the tax credits for the employers who are not offering it? And what about employees who would not be working, perhaps, for an employer who is doing the right thing and covering paid family medical leave? There are refundable tax credits for those employees so that they can get the paid family leave benefits, that maternity, in this case, disability benefits that they want. We should be allowing Minnesota to participate in that. So, members, there is a better way. This bill is not it. This bill is more state employees in an unactuarially sound product that is going to drive up costs for everyone. And let us not forget, lastly, that Minnesotans now are going to be paying more for a leave, for medical leave, that is not what they want. They have already bargained and negotiated with their employers to get the medical leave that they want. 100% pay for maternity leave for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, but oh no, that will no longer be possible under this bill. This bill requires, oh no, we know better, government knows better, and we know that you only need 66% pay for 12 weeks. That's the problem. One size government fits all mandate is not going to fit the needs of Minnesotans. This bill is not ready. We could do much better. We should. I encourage a no vote today.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk about Minnesota and the values that we have here in our state. In Minnesota, we go out of our way to help our friends, our family, our neighbors, but also complete strangers. It's kind of that Minnesota nice mentality. It's what we're known for around here. But the thing is that we don't just do that to make ourselves feel good inside. We do it because we know that life is that much easier when we have each other's back. My wife and I, we work for one of the largest employers in the Northland. And by working for one of the largest employers, we have some benefits that other employees maybe don't have. What that means is that when we have my son, who's now 3, and my daughter, who's still an infant, we were given some modest paid time off to be with our child. Some modest time off meant 2 weeks. The largest employer in Minnesota, in the Northland, and we were offered 2 weeks to be with our children. This is a needed benefit, not just for my wife and I, not just for those that come from a big employer, not just those that are Target or Best Buy or some of the big corporations in Minnesota. This is a benefit that all Minnesotans will benefit from. And that's a value that we have in Minnesota. We all know that our lives are stronger, safer, and better when we look out for one another. I've had several conversations with stakeholders across my district, from small businesses to labor organizers. And throughout those conversations, I applaud the author, Senator Mann, for taking some of my suggestions to make this bill work for the Northland. I think we're in a really great spot. I also want to applaud the labor movement. The labor movement that's not just looking out for their union membership. This is a labor movement that has come together to look out for every single worker, every single family, every single child in our state to expand a benefit that's going to make Minnesota one of the most pro-family states in the country. This is something that we can be very proud of. This bill is going to make a transformational change for Minnesota families and make sure that we maintain the Minnesota value of having each other's back. Please, members, vote green.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, the bill before us today is the inferior paid family medical leave option. And that's why I'm not supporting this bill. It was correct that was stated that a large number of Minnesotans do support paid medical leave, and polling has consistently shown that. And that's why I support paid medical leave. But when you keep digging down and ask more pointed questions, a very small minority of Minnesotans support paid medical leave by raising taxes on all employees and all employers, and by setting up a whole brand new state bureaucracy with hundreds of new state employees. That method goes from very large support to very, very small support. And unfortunately, the bureaucracy is going to be a big winner under this bill. Out of the hundreds of the new bureaucracy jobs and agency jobs that this will create, I bet many of them are going to be nice, cushy, six-figure income jobs for someone in a downtown St. Paul office that doesn't have a lot of real-world experience of actual physical jobs out in the world, but is going to be the one put in charge of overseeing this new mandate. And these cushy bureaucratic jobs are going to come off of the backs and out of the pockets of every worker, including single mothers and low-income workers, kids on their first job, people that are in between jobs or are struggling with their finding an in-between job while struggling to get into a career they're trying to reach. And I had some stories that came from my district that I wanted to share just over this last weekend, where I asked for feedback in my district on how people and small business owners felt on this. And one business owner wrote back and said he has a business of about 70 full and part-time employees. And he said it's hard enough finding employees to begin with, and then to pay for a replacement is a huge expense for a business. On top of the replacement, you need to find a qualified candidate that has the skills and competencies for that job. Businesses should have the choice to do the right thing for their employees. We already have the federal FMLA guidelines. And he gave an example from his own business. Said last year he provided a 6-week paid medical leave for his office manager, who is responsible for the accounts payable and accounts receivable at their company. It's a $60,000 salaried position. He also offers a short-term disability in addition to that to his employees. And for this 6-week paid leave, he said he couldn't find a replacement with the right qualifications in accounting, so he went through a contract agency at a 70% increased rate over the salary that he paid directly to his employee, totaling $8,000 per month in increased costs. And to cover that cost, they needed to increase their sales by 5 to 10 times per month for that duration. A second business owner wrote back to me, said he has a business with less than 5 employees, and one of those employees was a member of the National Guard. And last year, that employee who is a Guards member got deployed for a 9-month period. And this business owner felt that it was his patriotic duty to keep that job open for his employee when he returned from deployment. But he said finding a temporary replacement for this skilled IT technician proved more difficult than he imagined. And it ended up that his employees take months of training to do the job and quality customer service that his job requires. And so it ended up that he and other employees limped along, having to put in many additional hours to cover the work of the deployed employee. He said he was very happy that he could do this for this employee that was a Guards member, but it still was difficult in the process along the way. And these are just a couple of examples of where the majority hasn't taken into account what the actual boots on the ground response and burden is going to be on small business owners. Some of the losers in this bill that are going to suffer under the harms and mandates that this bill imposes will include small business owners. And I just had one outside these chamber doors today, members, who is here for another, came to speak to me about another issue, but he's a small business owner in my community, and he does really well, and he offers great benefits for his employees. And he just told me earlier today, he quoted me the number. He said, I was glad when I got to the point of being able to offer 100% paid leave to my employees on my own as a part of my business. And I forget the number of weeks, but a good number of weeks of the benefit that he grew and voluntarily took this on as a benefit to his employees. He quoted me the number that it costs him for offering paid leave
fully to his employees. And then he told me the number that his company estimates it will cost them under this bill through this payroll tax and this new mandate that's getting imposed and superseding what he's doing. The number under this bill was over 10 times the amount that he's currently paying to provide the same benefit to his own employees. And so he let me know that with this bill, he's going to be paying a large increase, providing the same or even possibly inferior benefits to his employees. One just real-life example that was brought to me recently. Taxpayers are also going to be the loser in this bill, including these same single parents, single moms that are needing this leave, and that's why we are supporting paid leave, but this majority voted down a private sector option that could provide just as good, if not better, benefits at a much less cost than the payroll and employee tax in this bill. And so this is another example, Mr. President, of taking money out of your left pocket with this tax, putting some money in the right pocket with leave benefits, and then trying to convince you that you're better off than you were before. That's what this bill is doing again, as has been a common theme for much of this session, taxing the very people that we are going to be benefiting, and people asking here on this floor how we think we can afford another insurance premium if we could even authorize paid leave insurance here in Minnesota, which we're not at yet. But you haven't even asked and answered the flip side of the question. How can low-income Minnesotans afford another tax increase on top of all that we are paying here in Minnesota in order to afford this? The third loser under this bill is going to be some individuals that think that they're going to get better benefits under this bill, but are going to find they won't have a job, or their employment status will be shifted, or the job is no longer available because of the mandates and costs under this bill. Finally, nursing homes and our elder care facilities are taking a hit. And the fixes that are in this bill, the proposed fixes, are not nearly enough. Where there's already severe staffing shortages and low rates that we're struggling to keep up with the rest of the market, this will be hurting those facilities and the care that they're providing. And then the schools, and Senator Nelson has laid that out. I've been hearing similar things in my district of schools saying we're going to have to reduce employees, cut services, cut programs, because this is another unfunded mandate. Some workers that think they're going to get paid medical leave are going to find themselves without a job. That's not what any of us want. And that's why House File 2 was the inferior product that came to the floor today. When Senate Republicans have tried for years here and even passed off this floor in a trifecta support to get a workable paid family leave, it's unfortunate that the route the majority has chosen is one that will set up a whole new bureaucracy, a whole new payroll tax, and pay a lot more six-figure salaries to a St. Paul bureaucrat on the backs of our hardworking Minnesotans. So I urge members to vote no on this bill and to try to come back with a better fix for paid family leave for the workers of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't quit smiling today as we are taking up this long-awaited issue that is going to provide so much peace of mind. And I really think, when I think about the meaning of family, this policy embraces what I think of as the meaning of family, and it is the work of many people over many years, and I am so proud to be a part of this legislature to see it through, and I can't thank enough Senator Mann and our first iteration of a Mann plan here on the floor of the Minnesota Senate. Paid family leave means time to care for our families, period. And the bill that we are going to pass today means that is available for all of us, not just some of us, regardless of who we are, where we live, regardless of our race or our wealth. We're going to be able to take advantage of this. And it means we are going to be able to participate fully in those moments of life that define who we are. The birth of our children, the birth of mine 31 years ago. The illnesses that we weather with our family members, or the end of someone's life. And I have been thinking about that a lot and listening to the stories here on the floor of people who are sharing their own experiences, and the dissonance that I hear between some of the stories from some on the floor about their life experiences in those moments versus the concern about a bureaucracy. Those are striking for me as well. I have thought a lot about my mom in the context of this, and those of you who know me well know I ran for office after I took care of her at the end of her life, which was a transformative and painful experience for me. And she wasn't much older than I am now when she died. And when she knew that she was sick, she said, I need you. I need your help. I need you to take care of me. And I did, and though I didn't have paid family leave, my employer protected my job, which gave me the ability to spend those next 11 months taking care of her. It was a painful loss, but when I think about it now, I think about some of her very last words to me, which is, "You're a good girl, Erin." And for me, that was a measure of my ability to care for her, to follow through on the things she needed from me, to give her comfort, to share my strength and expertise, and to make sure that that last journey for her was one that was as full of life and pain-free as possible. I got to do that because my employer gave me the ability, and with this piece of legislation, however we choose to interact with our families in those moments of life, we'll be able to do it because we'll have the time to care. I can't imagine something more important. Thank you, Senator Mann. I can't wait to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Skowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like some others here, I'm a small business owner. So we've heard some of those stories, and I've got some others to share with you as well. But the reactions of small businesses to this unfunded mandate, members, can only be a reduction of benefits or a reduction of pay in order to pay for this, because what we have here is a bill that comes and takes money from the employees, takes money from the employers, the future salary increases for the employees, and creates a big government bureaucracy. Now, the stories, Mr. President, from whether it's, we began this discussion talking about local units of government, and $208 million per biennium that in unfunded mandates to local units of government, schools. Senator Pratt covered it, schools and counties and cities and other local units of government. This is an unfunded mandate on them. It's going to cost more money. It's going to be an increase in property tax, in addition to the tax increases that employees and employers are paying in this bill. $2.8 or $2.9 billion every biennium that is going to be exacted upon workers and businesses in our state. This was unplanned for. This is something that the employers, especially the small business employers, I can't imagine what this could mean for many of our small businesses around the state, but I'll share some of those in a bit. First of all, I want to share some, I've got a bunch of emails from these, and I highlighted some areas I think that are important. The people of Minnesota are speaking loudly on this bill. This mandate that is being placed upon them by Minnesota Democrats who are in hot pursuit of their socialist woke agenda. And so the first I have here is from a superintendent of schools. She says 24 weeks of leave for one hourly employee would be approximately $15,000. 24 weeks of leave for a certified or licensed employee, $25,000, Mr. President. And then she goes on to point out that 4 or 5 employees to result in nearly $100,000 in their school and substitution costs. And if it's 8 to 10 employees, that could be $160,000 to $180,000 in increased costs. She says ultimately, this would become another unfunded mandate and cross subsidy on our schools. And Senator Mann and I were arguing earlier about whether this is a mandate or not. There seems to be denial among the Democrats about what they're doing. They're mandating this, and you'll hear it from the exact words of my constituents. The Goodhue School District, a very small, tiny school district, my district says that it's going to cost them at least $15,000 or $16,000 per year, and their only option is going to be to increase property taxes. I heard from the Plainview School District. Their estimated cost of paid family medical leave, $36,135. And they point out this will not help student achievement. Lewiston School District. I am not able to provide you specific cost estimates on items you specified, but I can assure you that each of those unfunded mandates have significant costs for us and are very concerning. Another school district, $57,716.92. That's for one teacher being gone at a time in their school district, Mr. President. Another very tiny school district in my district, or in a neighboring district actually, the payroll tax for paid family medical leave, $19,000.44. Their only recourse is going to be to increase property taxes. Senator Nelson covered, the city of Rochester said $565,000. Excuse me, the Rochester school districts, I apologize, $565,000. Stewartville schools, $70,000. Goodhue, $16,000. Plainview, $36,000. Byron, $57,000. Rushford Peterson said $19,000 increases to their districts. Now again, what is the recourse, Mr. President? What do these districts have to do? In the education bill, we are already setting them back with huge increases in mandates. This is one of them. This is one of many. And then we're giving them increases that don't even cover the cost of these additional mandates. You can expect at the Truth and Taxation hearings in December of next year that there will be feedback to what then will be an impending property tax increase throughout all of our cities and counties and school districts in the state of Minnesota. The businesses are equally, or maybe even more, frustrated with this legislature's action, Mr. President. This is from a business owner, and he says, "Your misinformed action with this bill will crush small business. By passing this bill, you are allowing people to take time off from work by penalizing the small business they work for. We do not have a plug-and-play solution when it comes to workers. This legislature is being tone deaf to the realities of businesses in this state. This one from a nonprofit, Mr. President. She says, this bill could be devastating to Minnesota nonprofits such as Family Service Rochester, who serve the areas of child protection and welfare, mental health, and senior independence. These are coming from people who own businesses and manage nonprofits and governments. The next one from another business. It looks like a carpentry business from the email, Mr. President. It would warrant the dismissal of our employees as a small business due to the unaffordability, and many small businesses would have to do the same if this passed. Another small business, this constituent is from my small town in Mazeppa. I have 2 full-time and 3 part-time employees besides myself. If I had to give just one of my full-time employees 12 weeks off, I would be losing 33% of my workforce for nearly 25% of the year, which would be devastating. If both used leave simultaneously, I would be out of business. That was his response, Mr. President. These are real people that are talking about the impacts of what Minnesota Democrats are about to do to them. Here is another small business constituent. We work hard to take care of our employees and community with the means of our business. This expensive mandate will make it harder for small businesses like ours to invest in our business, attract workers, and keep up with our competition. That was a constituent from Altura in Winona County. Another email, Mr. President. If enacted in its current form, Minnesota would have the most expansive and expensive paid family medical leave mandate in the nation in terms of eligibility, qualifying events, benefits, and employer obligation. He goes on to say, this expensive one-size-fits-all program takes away business ability to work collaboratively with their teams to create plans that fit their needs. This Lake City constituent says, as an industry, we ask that you take the time to consider the effect of this mandate on businesses, shoppers, and communities. Continuing to add expensive mandates on an industry that operates on small margins will directly impact all consumers in Minnesota by raising costs and threatens to push our smaller independent operators to the brink. That's just a handful of the emails I received from my district. I've got some that came from outside of the district too, Mr. President. This one is Michael from St. Paul, says Minnesota small business has been taxed continually and new taxes seem to not stop. We can easily move to a border state. That was an individual business owner, small business owner from St. Paul. Jerry from Minneapolis. If this passes, our fast-growing $200 million company will almost certainly seek to expand operations and personnel additions outside of Minnesota. Shannon from International Falls, Mr. President, says, as small business owner as well as a leader in our local Chamber of Commerce, I speak for all when I urge you not to vote for this legislation. We are already under so much pressure, and these bills will likely push many of us over the edge and force us to shutter our businesses. I cannot emphasize enough the devastation this will cause to the majority of small businesses in our state. Members, those are real stories about the punishing, tax increasing, employee wage robbing realities of this misdirected piece of legislation that we have in front of us. Minnesotans are struggling with what the Democrats are about to do to them. Mr. President, I find it even so ironic that the members who constructed this piece of legislation actually anticipated that this bill was going to smoke small businesses, Mr. President, because if you read section 36 on the bill, beginning on line 62.24, small business assistant grants, Mr. President. So employers are eligible for business assistant grants when more than 15% of the employees are receiving benefits in any given week under this chapter. And that goes on to have some additional conditions. What they're going to do, Mr. President, in the bill is use some of this tax money that employees have had stolen from them by the government. They're going to use some of this tax money to pay for the floundering businesses that are just trying to survive because of the oppressive nature of this program. The people who constructed the bill, Mr. President, know that it's going to hurt businesses, so they put a provision in the bill to have government bring in the CPR for the business. So we're using tax money from this $2.9 billion per biennium tax increase to administer CPR to the businesses that are dying because of the activity in this very oppressive and misdirected bill. When fully enacted, nearly $1,000 of current and potential wages will be taken from the median income family in this state. This is taking employees' money from them and bringing it into a huge government that will add an additional 400 employees. The only thing that benefits here in this bill, Mr. President, is the government, as far as I can tell, because it taxes the gajibers off of people who work hard every day and the people who employ them. But government is held harmless, actually grows by 400 people. Doing the back of the napkin math, Mr. President, at $100,000 apiece, that's $80 million in government per biennium that's bought by stealing the money of hardworking workers in our state and directing it to build more government. Mr. President, members, this is a horrible piece of legislation. It is a sad day for Minnesota. Please vote no on this bill. Let's send it back to committee. Let's bring back something like Senator Coleman had, that actually respects the individuals who work hard in our state every day and the people who work hard to employ them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, before I go to my next speaker, I wanted to provide a gentle reminder that we've been having a lot of laughter in the chambers, specifically in the gallery. And I just want to remind us all, including the folks in the gallery, that we do not allow laughter or applause or anything, because any of those things, because that disrupts the body as a whole. So I'm just going to ask you to please adhere to this gentle reminder. If not, then I'll be forced to ask the Sergeant of Arms or to instruct them to remove anyone who's violating our decorum. With that being said, I'm going to our next speaker, Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to thank my brave friend and fellow physician, Senator Mann, for leading on this just incredibly important issue for Minnesotans, their families, and the future of our state. She has been an absolute warrior, and so many of us across the state are grateful for her leadership. And I want to thank all the advocates and Minnesotans who have toiled for so many years to make this reality. I can say that as a mother myself who took an unpaid 6-week leave, don't hold a candle to the 3-week leave, but 6-week leave after the birth of my first child, I think most of us who have given birth or adopted or fostered a baby will understand and agree when I say that 6 weeks of unpaid leave is not adequate. And I was a married 30-year-old with an employed spouse, and it was still tough and not an ideal way to start for my baby, myself, our family, or my job. For people who are single parents or low-wage workers, it's nearly impossible. You know, as physicians, we have an especially painful and direct view of the effects that the lack of this policy has on people's lives. As an obstetrician, I have watched helplessly as patients have been forced to return to work days after giving birth because they could not afford not to. It should be obvious to us that it's bad for new parents, babies, and families. You know, Senator Mann outlined the many benefits of paid leave in her opening remarks, but I think they bear repeating. Paid family leave leads to decreased maternal morbidity and mortality, which is important given the growing maternal mortality crisis in America. Paid family leave leads to better parental well-being and mental health, particularly important in light of our mental health crisis. Paid family leave leads to better health outcomes for kids, better employee retention, and decreased reliance on government services. Members, paid family and medical leave is a gender justice and a racial justice issue. This is an opportunity for Minnesota to lead, to prove that we value children and families and workers here in Minnesota. Let's make Minnesota the best place to live, work, and raise a family by passing paid family and medical leave. Members, vote green.
Members, just to make sure that we're clear, I'm coming to our last 4 speakers that includes the author. And here's the order of the last 3 that has to be in this particular order. It would be Senator Johnson, Dzik, and Mann. And before Senator Johnson, it was requested for Senator Pratt to speak on behalf not only of himself, but also Senator Draheim. But before we get to Senator Pratt, I do see on my list, and I did miss that, is Senator Duckworth, who will speak, and then we will go to Senator Pratt. Just a gentle reminder, we are getting through the list, but we want to just make sure that we're thoughtful of the time, because I understand that there's some other obligations this evening. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and thanks to my fellow colleagues for what has been a great discussion on a very important topic, and I appreciate the author of this bill bringing it forward and taking this bill through all the committees and work and amendments that she had to get it where it is today. I appreciate the comments that were made about school districts, counties, cities, and what they're going to have to deal with, so I won't repeat some of that, but I think it's an important aspect of our conversation here today. I understand the importance of paid family medical leave. I think one of the benefits of this discussion is if we weren't before, many of us are becoming more aware of it. And I would hearken back to some of what was shared earlier during this debate. My mom was a poor single mother. She used to take me to work with her when I was a kid. My wife and I have been self-employed for many years, and I've watched her I've watched our family try to figure out upon the birth of a new child how we were going to manage that, and the work that still needed to get done, and the money that still needed to be made to provide for our growing family. And I want those folks in those situations to have paid family medical leave, but I also want them to have the flexibility that other options or alternatives could provide them. I think it's unfortunate when issues like this become hyper-political and are used to divide us. The debate today is not a pro or anti-paid family and medical leave debate. We all support that, and we all support folks being able to benefit from that. The debate is how we would go about implementing such a program in the state of Minnesota. As was mentioned before, it is popular There are many positive aspects to a paid family medical leave program. Moms and dads should get paid time off from work when their family's growing. Several colleagues who shared their stories earlier after the birth of a child should have been given more paid time off to be at home and care for that child. Another colleague who was facing a medical emergency should have been given paid time off to deal with and recover from that medical emergency. Another colleague who had a son who had a medical emergency, it sounds like she was able to get paid time off to help her son through that, and she should. And to the colleague who needed that time off to take care of her mother during her final days, there are so many Minnesotans who deserve to have that paid time off to do that. We're in agreement there. The disagreement is how we go about implementing such a program. Those that are in favor of paid family medical leave don't want an inflexible government-run, mandated, bureaucratic program that they're subject to the whims of. What they want is a flexible option that gives them choice and a voice in how to use or apply it in a way that best meets the needs of them and their loved ones. We're not trying to be obstructionists or pessimists when it comes to this program and this proposal, because we actually truly want to see it work. That's where many of these suggestions and counterpoints are coming from. We don't want to implement a program statewide only to watch it fail or not play out the way in which we thought it was or the way in which we promised the people of Minnesota it was going to play out. We want to see this program succeed if it's rolled out statewide, and that's why we offered another version that we think would be more successful. 99.5% of businesses in Minnesota are considered small businesses. That's over 500,000 small businesses. They employ 46.2% of all employees statewide, roughly 1.3 million people. So who are these small businesses? Sometimes when we're here in the chamber and we're discussing these issues, and we get lost in the weeds and the technicalities of bills, we forget that the decisions that we're making here today, the laws that we're passing, are going to impact everyday Minnesotans who are trying to run and manage that business, who are planning to give birth to a child in the near future, who have concerns regarding loved ones that have medical emergencies, and we sometimes don't have the conversation or put ourselves squarely in their shoes and ask, how is this going to be implemented and impact their daily lives? So who are these small business owners? They're insurance agents, realtors, small-town bankers, general contractors, lawn service providers, snow removal workers, roofers, child care professionals, local restaurant owners, you name it. And folks, our concerns are their concerns. They're not political. They're practical. The average income for self-employed small business owners is $52,000 a year, according to the Small Business Administration. About 20% of small businesses fail in their first year, 45% fail in their first 5 years, and 65% fail within their first 10 years. These aren't some nefarious, corporate, greedy people. You know these folks. It's Susan from Hometown Insurance, Jerry from your local cafe, Beth from your kids' daycare, and Steve from the roofing and contracting company that just got done working on your house. All that we want to do, what the option that we put forward would provide, is preserving the flexibility and options and choice these small business owners and employees would have. And I'll give you some examples as a small business owner myself. One of the first hires that we made, my wife and I, we sat across the table from the person we were interviewing, and the topic of benefits came up, and the topic of paid family leave came up. And she was inquiring what our benefit was. And our response is, well, what would you like it to be? If we're trying to best meet your needs as our employee and the needs of your family and your loved ones, what would work best for you? You see, we were allowed the flexibility in the options and a chance to collaborate with her to figure out what worked best for her. Another one of our employees more recently experienced a medical emergency with her husband. And with one phone call, we were able to tell her, don't worry about work. Your paycheck will keep coming. Go take care of your husband and your family. They're the priority. No bureaucratic hoops to jump through. No state program to apply to. No verification required. Take care of you and your family. That's the kind of flexibility that we're seeking to preserve by looking at a different alternative approach to paid family leave. We have another employee who's got a child with special needs, and on occasion, circumstances present themselves in which she needs immediate flexibility to take care of her loved ones and family, and we afford it to her. And then we have another employee whose kids are a little bit older, and when it comes to the benefit packages that we have, she chooses to do something different and do more of a cash out toward the end of the year around Christmas to best meet the needs of her loved ones and her family. And so I don't know how I would explain the program that we're looking to implement statewide to folks who are sitting across the table from me during the hiring process. Who does the employee interface with when it comes to trying to apply for or get this benefit? What's the timeline for applying, getting it verified, and actually receiving compensation? I'd have to explain to them, well, your paychecks are taxed. You might not get 100% of your pay through this program. It's less flexible, and you might never use it. And if you have any questions while you are using it, you're going to have to ask the state, because we're not in charge of the program, and we're not going to be able to help you to resolve any issues if they arise. Folks, the debate and the conversation regarding paid family medical leave is about respecting the flexibility, options, and choice of employers and employees to best meet the needs of their loved ones. There's a better way. We talked about it some today. There's time for us to reconsider how we would approach this statewide in Minnesota to do what's best for our small businesses and the people that they employ. Thank you.
Senator Pratt. After Senator Pratt, we're going to have Senator Johnson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Paid family leave, as we've discussed, has been a topic around here for many sessions. And despite all of that, it's still not ready to pass today. It's not just Republicans that believe House File 2 is wrong and misguided. Kim from Hermantown. I cannot express my concern over the undue expense this legislation will impose on every business. One-size-fits-all mandates do not serve the needs of employers or employees. I compete for employees. A robust and flexible benefit set is critical to attracting talent. Not only will these mandates raise the taxes on business, they will create workforce difficulties while businesses try to overcome our current workforce shortage. Kim from Hermantown. Here's a short one. Brittany from Audubon. This will be a huge financial strain on our business. We have a very difficult time trying to find employees, and the continued job hopping in our community, along with lack of housing, this will put another burden on our rural communities. This one from Inver Grove Heights. I already take care of employees with full pay family leave. The state does not need to be involved. I have to compete for workers. Excellent benefits help. Do not make them more costly. From Rosemont. Even though I'm pro-family, this proposal is way too expensive for the average employer. From Orono. I'm going to skip that one. Here's one from Burnsville. As a small business, we faced many challenges. One of the largest, most consistent challenges is competing with large businesses and corporations on benefits and pay. We believe we have a competitive benefits package for our company, or for a company our size, and try to be as competitive as we can with salary and pay. During our 25 years in business, we have found that a majority of our employees are able to carry over a sizable balance of their accrued PTO hours. In the past, when an employee has needed additional time off, we have been able to work with the employee one-on-one to find a solution that works for both the employee and the company. Mr. President, that's what Minnesotans are saying. Senate Republicans agree employees should have an option for time off to care for a sick child or dying parent, to have a baby or adopt a child, manage a military deployment, recover from surgery or debilitating accident, all without putting their family's stability at risk. We agree. The gaslighting we've heard today would tell you otherwise, but Minnesota Republicans agree we can offer paid family medical leave. We disagree on the approach. Despite the gaslighting, Mr. President, the Senate Republican plan provides paid family and medical leave benefits for employees without mandates or job-killing taxes. The Republican plan offers incentives for employers to offer a benefit to their employees, either paid for in total or in part, and provides employees a choice. The Republican plan allows employees to keep a benefit they already have and like, instead of House File 2, which dictates what employees must have. The Republican plan offers a private plan backed by an insurance company, not putting the burden on the backs of Minnesota families. It allows employers to differentiate their benefits from their competitors. My long-term care facility that I mentioned earlier can't offer a benefit that will already offers a benefit that we use to try to attract and retain employees. We won't be able to do that. We won't be able to differentiate. Our benefit set will be just like the McDonald's down the street. You're going to put us at a disadvantage for those vitally important jobs. And the Senate Republican plan allows employers to work out alternatives with employees, which won't happen now, for fear of running afoul of state law and being penalized for trying to do the right thing. The bill in front of us is based on hopes, not facts. Mr. President, I handed out a sheet to all the members that shows under every scenario, including the one that was in the fiscal note, benefits will outpace premiums collected, and our fund will be lower than it was when we start, and the tax rate on both employers and employees will have to rise. The author stated this bill is fully vetted, yet she didn't even know that this would pass $210 million down in an unfunded mandate to our cities, counties, and school districts. The author asked members to vote against developing uniform disclosures to employees so that they have consistent information in their primary language. She said it was too much of a burden on the agency to take on that responsibility, but it's clearly not, in her mind, too much of a burden to put onto a local business, local restaurant, local hardware store, a local boutique. The author asked members to vote against using an experienced administrator to run claims, customer support, and fraud, instead hiring 400 new state employees. At a time, members, when the #1 issue I hear from employers, from small businesses, is they're struggling to find people to come to work for them, we're going to be opening up 400 new positions and competing for those people. Remember, there's a better way. Not through a one-size-fits-all approach, as was stated in these letters from our constituents. Rather, to make paid leave easier for employees to offer, remove state-imposed barriers that we have today, and build upon the programs that are currently out there. Mr. President, it was said earlier that this should not be a partisan bill, and I couldn't agree more. But this is a partisan bill. that didn't consider any provisions in the Republican plan. Members, we should vote no today and put together a real compromise, nonpartisan bill that all Minnesotans can get behind. Thank you.
We are going to Senator Dzieck. And then after Senator Dzieck, we are going to the author of the bill, Senator Mann. Senator Dzieck.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this session began, we told Minnesotans that we were building an economy that works for everyone, and that it was a top priority. Today, by passing paid family and medical leave, we are adding a key building block to that priority. We are allowing working men and women across this state the freedom to live better lives. Many businesses already offer paid family medical leave to their employees. They believe it is good for their employees and their business. This bill allows other Minnesotans to get that same benefit. This bill will help Minnesotans care for themselves and care for their families, whether it is a new baby or an unexpected illness. It gives them needed time away while also allowing them to pay their rent and cover their other essential bills. This gives Minnesotans the tools to help them get through uncertain and difficult times. When I was diagnosed with cancer earlier this session and I learned I needed surgery, I knew I had a great team and colleagues that would step up and help me here at the Capitol. I feel so lucky for their support, and I want to thank them, but I also have been lucky because I've been able to participate in committees and floor votes from home. One of my hospital roommates had a job that required her to go to the work site. Her doctors wanted her to take 5 weeks off to recover from surgery. She did not have 5 weeks of sick time available and was worried how she would pay her bills and if she would lose her job. This bill will give her security to help her pay those bills, keep her family in her home, all the while she recovers. I want to thank Senator Mann, who along with her co-authors, Senators Port, Bolden, and Mohammed, spent untold hours putting this bill together to ensure that it will work for our state. I want to thank both partisan and nonpartisan staff who worked on this bill. Drafting, editing, and proofing large bills can be tricky. Thank you for your efforts. Senator Mann guided this bill through many committees. She listened to members of the public and members on both sides of the aisle, and she made changes to improve it along the way. She met with business leaders, healthcare leaders, and labor leaders to hear their concerns and their ideas, and made changes to improve the bill based on their input. And importantly, she listened to the stories of Minnesotans who, like my hospital roommate, had nowhere to turn when faced with having to choose between caring for themselves or a loved one and paying for the essential cost of their lives. Those are the Minnesotans whose lives will be transformed by this bill for generations to come. Those are the Minnesotans for whom we are passing this important bill today. We are building an economy that works for everyone across the state, and this measure is a centerpiece of that effort. With that, Mr. President, I urge a yes vote on paid family and medical leave for all Minnesotans.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. So before I finish up, I just want to say thank you to the members of this chamber who have supported this incredible and proven program. I want to thank the advocates, who are some of the most dedicated and smart people I know. I want to thank Senators Katie Sieben, Susan Kent, Representative Lori Halverson, and the wonderful Representative Ruth Richardson for carrying this bill for so long. And I want to thank the staff for answering my 1 million questions. Hannah, Eric, Carl, Christian, Nora, Danny. I want to thank Steve for his dedication and time. I want to thank Maggie for being the best LA a gal can have. Having said that, I don't even know where to start. So we wanted to give full wage replacement to people who are taking leave, and the GOP said, no, that's too much, you can't do that. So we cut it down. And then the GOP said, I can't believe you did that. You're not even going to give people full wage replacement. And while I would love to sit here for 45 minutes reading to you all of the emails that I also received from business owners and people in my communities, employees and employers saying thank you for putting this program into place, I'm just going to point you to the gallery because many of those people are sitting up there. Now, How many times today did we hear the argument, businesses were going to shutter their doors, businesses were closed down, we can't have people walking off the job for 12 weeks? I mean, how dare you have a life outside of your employer? And we say these things as if leave doesn't already exist. This bill does not create a need for leave. It simply changes the way that we treat people when they take a very necessary leave from work. And I will also say that while I really appreciate the back of the napkin math that we got handed out to us, I am going to stick with the U.S. Department of Labor cost analysis model that says that our bill is on the right track. Now, I have talked about the cost savings of this bill, what that would provide to businesses, to the government, to child care system, to our long-term care system, to our health care system, with ear and respiratory infections, by the way, accounting for 32% of all hospitalizations for infants, which costs us $3 to $4 billion per year. I have talked about the health benefits, the mental health benefits. We've talked about reducing racial wealth disparities, gender disparities in the workplace, and disparities that exist for our people, our communities of people living with disabilities. This program, as written, touches on all of those things. And again, this is the program that is proven, that is popular, that is durable, and is sustainable. The GOP program is a proven failure. We have seen it fail miserably now in 2 other states. And yet we're sitting here today going, no, that's the way we should do it. Like we are just itching to be the 3rd state, to be an embarrassment. And all because we don't believe in research or data or follow the facts. You want to take taxpayer money and put it into businesses. We're going to take money and put it directly in the pockets of Minnesota families. And I will also lift up the 2 different programs we have in our bill specifically to uplift small businesses. But as usual, I want to talk about the people. Every single person in this chamber and every single person outside of this chamber has needed or will at one point in time need time off to welcome a baby, take care of yourself, take care of a family member, a sibling, an uncle, an aging parent who can't go without assistance, to take care of a dying family member in their last weeks of life. And I work in a hospital, and the one thing I see regularly in my line of work are elderly people with broken bones. They tripped, they fell, they broke an arm, they broke a leg, they come to the ER, and that is where they stay because there's no place for them to go. There are no nursing home beds, and they can't go home because maybe they can't use their walker. So we give them a hospital bed. And one time I had this patient with a broken arm, and she was in the ER for about 12 hours waiting for a bed, and her daughter came to visit. And I said, you know, she just needs like 4 to 6 weeks. You could take her home. She'll be happier there. And her daughter said, I would love to. I would, but I have to work. And so that patient got a hospital bed, and I kid you not, hours later we had a patient having a heart attack, you guys, a heart attack who could not get a hospital bed. They were in our ER for 8 hours. Waiting for a hospital bed. And we in this chamber talk a whole lot about the backlog of patients in hospitals. And if we really want to work on that backlog, let's let families take care of each other. I've seen people die in the hospital alone, and I've seen and felt the anguish and the guilt of their family members because they couldn't be there. Because they couldn't take them home and let them die surrounded by their family in their own beds, because they had to go to work. And in January of this year, and I've told this story before, but I'm going to tell it again, I saw a 20-year-old man in the emergency room, slipped on the ice and shattered his ankle. This young man needed surgery and needed to be non-weight bearing, meaning he could not put weight on that ankle. The joint was too unstable. And as I'm explaining this to him, he'll need surgery, he'll need recovery, he started visibly sweating. Beads of sweat across his brow, tears in his eyes. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I'm going to get you more pain medication. Hang tight. And he said, no, I'm not crying because I'm in pain. I'm crying because I work in housekeeping. And if I can't work, I can't pay my bills. And in a moment of sheer despair, he looked at me in the eye and he said, what am I going to do? I didn't have an answer for him, right? Because I knew there was a real possibility that he was going to lose his income, if not his job. Perhaps he would lose his health insurance, his car. I don't know. But what I do know is that we could have prevented all of that. And we could have kept that young man figuratively on his feet while he literally could not stand. What are we doing? Because these situations occur every single day, and they occur, across all wealth and all incomes. But it seems that we have programs in place that the lower income you have, the easier it is to replace you and throw you away. And this bill is different. We need to realize that the human condition includes loss and grief and mourning, as well as intense happiness, celebration, and joy. And the human condition is not work with the side of life. It is the opposite. And it's time that we catch up to the rest of the world and treat people with humanity and dignity. And this program will do not only that, but it will have all of the incredible positive impacts that we have talked about today. So I, and all of the people who have told us their stories, very respectfully ask for your green vote today.
Members, before we vote, a gentle reminder, again, whenever we have big bills and we have a number of people in the gallery, I'm reminding both those in the chambers and in the gallery that we do not applaud or yell or do any of those things. We have to contain our excitement. Once we adjourn, you can certainly go out in the hallways and meet with folks and hug and do everything that I expect you to do if you are excited about anything that has occurred on this floor. With that being said, the secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 2. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes yes.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator,
Twice.
he voted in person.
Senator May Quay votes aye.
And Senator May Quay
No,
votes
she
aye.
also already
She voted
voted.
in person too.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
She's not here. Senator Wickland votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now proceed to the 13th order of business. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Rarick from 120 to 135. Any additional announcements of Senate interest? Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, members, I'd just like to remind all our members that tonight at the CHS Field in St. Paul is the ongoing tradition of the I-90-14 party. It starts at 5 p.m. or it started right already. Have some great food there from southern Minnesota, the Minnesota pork producers, and a special shout out to Mike and Val Jarek, who have put this program together. I hope you can all join us this evening for an evening of talking with members across the aisle.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. But before we go and have fun, Senate Republicans will be caucusing upstairs after adjournment.
Any additional announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until tomorrow, May 9th at 11 a.m.
Any discussions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the Senate is now adjourned.